Greetings and salutation, League of Legends fans, for I am Sodaron, the wizard of LOL esports, here to bring you another episode of The Next Level with Sodaron, where today we're going to VOD review match number 61 in the LCK 2024 Summer Split. So here we go, let's go ahead and dig in. First off, hey, maybe that's a much better intro here than me wasting my whole breath for 30 minutes and warming the crowd up before I get into the actual VOD. So I do feel a little bit of an energy shift here. In case you're wondering about the new theme song here for the Next Level with Sodaron, well, back about 18 years ago or so, I had a band that I was part of. I play guitar and I sing, and I have a demo laying around, and I just thought, I should just use this as my theme song, because most people out there streaming don't even have music. You can't even play music on YouTube or Twitch. Music is very expensive. I even tried to put one of my last songs on here the last time, and unfortunately my band we were young and dumb, and we had a record label come in and go, "Hey guys, if you sign your digital rights over to us, we'll put you on a CD." So we were like, okay. We went and recorded the songs and demo ourselves and paid for all of that, paid for all the money that the record label didn't pay for. And basically they put our song on a compilation album, which we also had to pay for all the CDs we were on. They were probably like 10 or 12 or $15 at the time, but we signed the rights over and they put our song on Amazon and YouTube. You can look it up. I can show you. It's called Positive Influence Home Face. And that was our first demo. And then we got another drummer. Me and the bass player had like 4 different drummers throughout the time. And you can't top the drummer that's in this one. He's the best drummer I personally know in my area. He's just a warrior at heart, and he's the toughest dude I've ever met in my life. So thank you. Shout out to you. And then there's the bass player that I don't sing on that song, but I just play the guitar. And I always thought that that song, it aged very well. When I did it personally, I was like, my guitar parts are really boring. Now, we did a demo, and unfortunately it cost money, and I never got to go back and add more guitar parts to it, which I should have spent more money on this demo. And at the time, this was these were the days before computers, and you could really like easily record on a laptop, which you can do now. And I have some demos back on my laptop where I was messing around and adding guitar parts to these songs, and they sound way better than what these do. But these aged very well. This is my band's second demo, and I'm playing you track number 4, which I may on my social media eventually post all 4 of these. And we don't know if we're ever going to get back together. We may, who knows, but I do have a theme song, and that's very cool. So I was just talking about it here for a second, but I may post all 4 of these and have you, the viewer. I really like this one because I like the line where it says, "You and me can live forever." That's what I feel like here on the Next Level with Sodaron, is you and I, the viewer, can live together forever. That's what we're doing here. We all want to be a part of something. So it's just very good intro song, I thought. It changes the mood for me. It helps me get going. But there's other songs. There's 2 that I sing on, and I'm kind of embarrassed of. But they hold up, and I may put these up here and eventually be like, hey, vote for one that you think should be the intro song for this. I think I already picked the winner, but maybe something fun I do. Who knows? More content just sitting here. But that's not what today's about. Today's about, we're going to VOD review T1 versus DK. This is for you LOL esports fans out there, or you League of Legends players that want to get better at the game. Then there's no better way than to watch what are considered the top professional teams in the sport. The the Korean League, which probably in my content I pay the most attention to, and then LPL, and then LEC. I don't have the time to watch and analyze all the LEC games. I've reached out for people trying to like seek employment and stuff, and they tell me I need to sit here and do like cast challenger games or EU masters. I could see maybe LCK challenger I would be interested in, but I'm 38 years old and I really don't have any interest in the NA challenger unless like it was a job and I was paid for. I would maybe do it because there's just, I can show you on this, like there's just too many mistakes that I have to go back and erase and figure out. And I don't know. I feel like the players really don't care on some of the levels of the leagues. Could be wrong of me, maybe a bad thing I just said. But what I enjoy is league at the highest level, which is Korea and then the LPL. I generally enjoy watching it. It's like a sport to me. I don't know if that could be considered good or bad. I'm a sports fan. Some people maybe view as a sport a bad term because you're talking about people's lives and like people are worth sets of values of money, or in sports people get kind of valued in money. But whereas like what I've ran on my whole life, and again I worked with GAM back in 2022 during the summer split where they won the championship, and then at Worlds where they did take a game from Top Esports. Personally, GAM was not prepared for Worlds, so if they at least got one game, it was very, it was very rewarding to them, because like I've told you in my past VODs, they weren't even there. They got there at the last minute. Riot waited and put the VCS team like the very last minute, where they favored T1 and Faker. They're superstars, and Knight, LPL. So there is some favoritism that goes on in Riot Games in League of Legends. And that's just, maybe not now, but I saw it personally back in 2022 when GAM went to Worlds. So there was some very high favoritism. I mean, it makes logical sense. You've got your all your money in just a couple baskets, and then you've got your leftover change you just throw around in the rest of the teams. VCS. Now, a lot of people don't credit like or value me working with GAM very much, but I'll tell you what, they got at least 1 million views live every time that the VCS was on. So you tell me, that's higher viewership than right here. This has been up for a day now in Korea and has 602,000 views. I'm telling you, when I was working with GAM and watched the live games, there would be at least 1 million people watching the live stream. So you tell me, like, why, if you're Riot, why would you not grow the VCS? So what can I do? Now, I also did a VOD last night, which I grinded one game out in the PBE server. I wasn't really prepared. I should have cleaned my glasses off before I did this, but anyways, we'll work through this. Riot just announced the T1 World Skins for 2023, which I did a VOD. Go back and watch it on my Twitch channel, on my YouTube channel, where I played a game and it had Jace in it. This Jace skin. I don't think it was the prestigious Jace. I can't tell you which one's the prestigious Jace. I'm guessing this bottom one is the prestigious Jace. This was the Jace I saw. Maybe this is the prestigious Jace. I can't recall. I can't recall the game. You know, it says what skin name is on it. I thought it said Prestige Jace. So maybe this top one's the Prestige Jace. And I think it's kind of way overdue for a World's Jace skin. And like I said, this is, I don't misquote me, but this is the 4th Lee Sin skin. T1 already had a Lee Sin skin. I just think there's many other champions you could make skins on. I understand Owner and him mainly playing Lee Sin. I understand owner in this situation here, is what I'm trying to say. Why the Lee Sin skin? The Again, I only had time to unlock. I got enough RP to unlock 2 skins, but I got one. You can go on the PBE server, and if you play one game, you'll get 3,000 RP, which should be enough to lock 2 or almost lock 2. So in a few days, you'll have all of the T1 skins unlocked. Some of them are even placeholders. So they don't really have them finished yet. These may not be polished yet. But we looked at the Lee Sin skin last night. I just tested it out after I got it. So I plan to play more games. I like these scars here on Lee Sin. I like that he's got glasses, even though he's blind. Or this is a crown blindfold. See, these are things that last night I really didn't get to look at. But it's like Lee Sin's got a crown. You know, he's supposed to be blind. So that's kind of cool. I really dig the blue and red. I think it signifies the 2 sides of the Summoner's Rift. And it looks like they're going through that theme with the other skins. We saw the Recall. This one looks really interesting to me. I couldn't figure out what second skin to buy. I was going to do Bard, I think. But this Orianna skin is really cool of Fakers, because this orb looks like it's really cool. And it's got this theme, again, of the red and blue, which I think is signifying both sides on the Summoner's Rift. So it'd be really interesting to me see how this ball looks on the PBE server. So, which this is Orianna's second skin. Jinx, that's really cool. I'm glad they at least made a world skin for somebody else. Like Jinx, I think she's a favorite champion. She's one of mine. I remember showing one of my friends my first game on Jinx, and like I was just getting her into the game, and she was my support, and I just ulted the Jinx ult straight at mid lane for some reason. I don't know why, and I just instantly took down the mid laner, and it was like the coolest play I've ever made in my life. And I think it made her a huge Jinx fan after seeing that one play. So like I'm big on Jinx. And I don't know, I think this Bard skin looks really cool. Bard's a very underused champion and doesn't have too many skins. So the Bard one looked very interesting to me. Again, it looks like they've got like the red and blue motif or theme with all of their spell collars and stuff, which I think signifies the 2 sides of the Summoner Rift, the top side and the bottom side. So there's some content for you. Let's see what Orianna looks like. I like that bubble that she puts around her as a shield. A lot of these champions need some big upgrades because you can't even tell what their abilities are doing visually. I was struggling figuring out how loud to play the intro song for the first time, so sorry if my notifications, I had to restart. Where's the Bard? So I did a jungle clear with Lee Sin with the new T1 skin last night. So you can check out my Twitch stream or my YouTube channel and take a look at it. It looked like a lot of people were interested in this, so that's why I went ahead and unlocked the skin, and I plan to unlock the rest of them. I don't know if that's like an Asian motif there or theme. Like the Temple of God or the Temple of Heaven, I think, that's in China. Or maybe Korean. Who knows? I would assume it would be Korean since it's I don't know. I don't know as much about the Asian culture as I would like. I'm always interested in that stuff. I don't think they share a lot of their information and knowledge to us over here in the Western world. So that's that. Today I'm going to try making a slide instead. See how that turns out. I'll go ahead and like this. I was planning to do the BDS G2 series, and I know it's going to take me a long time because it may take an hour and a half for each game to go through it. They're like 50-minute long games, and there's all these mistakes they keep making. So eventually I'm going to get to it. I know like G2 are on a break for a month anyways, so like a team like G2 probably need a week or two away from League of Legends, because when I was working with GAM, I learned that you can get burned out on this game really fast, and your mind cannot keep up with the games that are going on and even retain information. That's why like I have to take notes and everything. Like I'm not even like completely burned out. I'm getting a little bit there because I've done content for a whole month now with just a couple of days off. But like you start being like G2 and scrimming all the time and trying to watch all the games, and your brain literally can't even remember what you played the last game. And I'm telling you this is part of this whole esports thing and gaming thing and problem that goes on in League of Legends. Like it just fries your brain after playing so much. I think that's why they keep hiring younger and younger players, is you get burned out so fast. I don't know how Faker does this. But I can't remember or tell you what the picks were for game one, and I watched it last night. So here we go into me double check my stuff here. I can see also why people have mixer boards, or they have, hey there, XOX Camellia. Just doing my VOD review here of LCK. I don't know if you're an LCK fan, but thanks for showing up. You could follow my channel if you would like. I'm trying to reach a certain goal right now of 50 followers. I'm almost there, so you can be number 42. What was I saying? I forgot. I lost track. Oh well, it'll come back.
Showing a bit of a resurgence. They definitely are. I think that, you know, even as Chronicler sarcastically mentioning...
Now, I know most of you probably watched an NFL Hall of Fame game. I'm a big NFL fan, but unfortunately I gotta work and do this VOD review tonight, so I'll just have to watch the highlights. I was kind of disappointed that Caleb's not playing anyways, so... Now, for me, though, I live like 2 hours away from where the location is, and I have been wanting to go to one of these games, but couldn't get anybody to go this year. So this is a match that T1 have to win. They have to win this, and they've looked really bad the last couple weeks. I do T1 VOD reviews. I get my most views off the T1 VOD reviews, so it's worth to me to do these. So I'm a big T1 fan. I can go to my accounts and say I have T1 icons and skins. And I'm not big on giving Riot money either.
Even though the individual play has been a little bit shaky, they still have the ability to potentially challenge this one as top Pog Acre matchup. The center of T1's victory, Faker versus Showmaker in improved form. Which card?
I did see something that I do want to go over that I just now recalled. And that's this quote they had at the beginning from Humanoid, explaining why you see all these AD champions in the mid lane. Hopefully I can find that here. I remember that now. I'm sorry, I've got an ad blocker and I don't know how to get it unless that's what I need to do. Maybe that'll fix it.
Faker 10 solo kills in the bag. I feel like Faker definitely sometimes going for these over.
There's something important here that I wanted to show. I thought it was on this.
Definitely playing very aggressively level 2, 3.
And I thought it was the first thing they said.
Paid off, but I think Showmaker, really this team has come alive. I feel like in spring when Showmaker.
There was a quote from Humanoid saying why they play. It's not the exact reason why, but they were talking about why they play AD champions in the mid lane. And he's saying that I wrote it down, so I don't guess need to go back. Humanoid says why play AD champions mid. Every ADC has 450 movement speed, and when you play a mage like a Azir that has 380 movement speed and try to hit spells on an enemy ADC who also does more damage than you. So he's saying that basically ADs are just too powerful right now. I don't know why this wants to do this. I don't want the taskbar. I don't know why my taskbar. There we go. I don't know why it won't go away sometimes.
Where banning things like the Vi, like the LeBlanc, a lot easier.
But I wanted to check one other thing here because I can see why people get soundboards now, because for some reason Windows, the last VOD review I did, I went like through it and all of a sudden the volume's turned down. Now maybe that's a good thing, but it's like Windows sometimes will just automatically turn the volume down. That's why if you see me check this window, I'm just learning how to do this and talk at an appropriate voice level. I don't have a second monitor to drag this over here, and I don't have a mixer yet. So usually if you see this, just look at me, I guess. I'm looking at myself in the mirror. I know a lot of people get turned off by that. But I'm just making sure that I'm hitting these right levels here.
When you're on that blue side, don't have to let Ezreal go open for that to happen.
Please don't.
Yeah, I think Ezreal definitely should be banned. Aiming.
I've seen enough.
This is how dumb I am. I will sit here and I'm like, I'm at the end of my day, and so it's gonna take me some caffeine to wake up and have some energy through this stream and these VOD reviews. And so it's about like 8:30, and I'm trying to do a show, so when I stream, I'll give you a time, or I'll say like I'm aiming at 9 o'clock. And I think it's important if you want to do this for a living or you want to be professional about this, that you have to, I can't just pop in when I feel like it, right? I'm trying to run it like a show where I've got a set time and that's that. I can't just, if I need to go 15 more minutes or wait, like maybe that's not so bad, but I mean, like I set it at 9 and then I go, oh, I don't feel like it. I'm gonna wait till 10, and 10 might turn into 10:30, and then it's 11:15, and then it's like, well, I'm tired now, I can't do it. I'm trying to set myself so when I say like I'm gonna do it at 9 o'clock, I get it and go in and do it at 9 o'clock regardless. And it's difficult. So I'm sitting there at like 8:30, and I'm like, I'm tired. And then I'm almost out of tea. I limit my tea too. Like during my day, I don't drink too much caffeine, like just a little bit of green tea, because I think caffeine is way overused, at least over here in America. And people don't even realize how strong it is. So like you cut your caffeine tolerance out, like you can drink a cup of green tea and it really like gives you energy. You don't need like a bottle of Coca-Cola or a gallon of Coca-Cola from 7-Eleven or a Big Gulp. So I'm sitting there at 8:30 and I'm like, oh, by the time at 9, I'm going to be out of tea, and then I'm going to have to make another cup of tea. And then it takes 15 minutes to boil it, and then you make the tea. However I do it, I'm kind of picky with stuff. strain it through a strainer or pour it over the tea bag. You don't just dunk the tea bag in there. If you do that, you're a noob at making tea. So you have to like pour the hot water over the tea bag and then let it sit there for just a minute or two. That's it. You don't want to let it sit too long. Pull it out and then it's hot. But then the key thing is then it's hot for a long time. And I got to thinking, wait a minute, I have other cups in my cabinet. Like I could just pour the cup of tea I have left into a mug, and then I can take the normal cup that I drink out of and make another cup of tea while I have 30 minutes, and then I can have another cup of tea there. So that's what I did with my time before the show. And I just felt really dumb. For a wizard, I'm not very smart. I might be wise, but not so much smart.
But also, I'm starting to wonder about the Kaiser.
Wisdom of a 60-year-old, maturity level of a 5-year-old.
They were just playing Kaiser every single game, and it wasn't just a series winning streak, it was a game winning streak. They were unstoppable with aiming on his pick. I think it's his best AD carry period.
But I'm here at the end of my day, and I gotta do this. Like, this was an important series. I didn't get the rest like I should.
We'll see. I think blue side, you have a lot more
But
wiggle room when it comes
as they
to
say, the
bans.
show
I
must
think
go on.
We've seen things like the Rumble, even with the nerfs, still feels must ban. So I think red side is kind of locked in.
Yeah.
We have to take away.
You got to ban Rumble, you got to ban Ezreal, and that doesn't really give you a lot of room.
So, okay, into the pick ban phase.
And, you know, T1 have also looked good from the
We're
red
almost
side,
there,
making
so
counter
I
picks
don't
for
know to
carry
wait
on.
or skip. But I'll skip.
And, you know, I
So
think
this is
red side
where
has
I
advantages.
do my
They
pick
kinda
ban
just swing
thing.
that, but not necessarily a guaranteed thing now.
And
T1 gonna open up with the Ezreal ban. I definitely think
pull
aiming
this down
shows
here,
really good
pull
play
this
on it, and
over.
it hasn't felt like as much as a Guma pick, but he's still been pretty solid
1,
on it. So it's a bit of a
2,
surprise
3,
they opt to ban on the
4,
blue side.
5.
It will give a lot more space to D+. They're banning
1,
the Ashe,
2,
they're banning the Azir. Presumably the Rumble will be their third ban.
5.
Now will T1 opt?
1,
We've seen a lot of teams ban Lee Sin here. I don't think
2,
it's warranted. I think
2,
LeBlanc is a much bigger pick, and they
3,
do take that off the
3.
card.
Notice
So
how on blue
that
side they
LeBlanc
get
buy
one
makes
single pick
sense.
and 2
Yeah.
groups of
Ezreal,
picks, right?
you know,
That
you
can
don't
be
wanna see
important.
them giving over to aiming, but Rumble also
Red
comes in,
side,
so I don't
they
think any
get
surprises in the
2
first 3 bans.
or
Do
1
T1
double pick,
prioritize the Sejuani in this situation?
then
Is the question
3
really.
single
Looks
picks.
like the Corki is something
That
to
allows
go
you
for,
to
a lot of AD carry picks in the middle
pick
lane, but I don't think
champions
the
that
three of these
synergize
Showcase
together.
forte.
So like blue side, you have more an opportunity to get champions that have some type of synergy together, like a Rakan, Zaya, for example. I did want to look up something about Corki and Renekton. That everybody wants to know why they keep picking Renekton, and they say Renekton top is not very good. And it got me thinking, is he... It was mainly because of this game where Faker first picked. Oh, we're on patch 14.15 now. Where I played Brand last night and it was a horrible experience. So I think they severely nerfed Brand's early first. I don't understand. Riot is like I don't know. They're never happy. They changed something and won it. Like a couple months ago, they wanted AP jungles and they wanted Brand to be in the jungle really bad. And then he's too good at it and they nerf it. I think he was pretty strong. But I mean, there's plenty of other champions. But I wanted to look at Renekton.
When's the last time?
I knew that was going to happen. I apologize for that. Renekton wins into Corki 47% of the time. I just wondered if Renekton was good into Corki. Because maybe he can dash and then stun Corki and survive. And that's some of the thinking, is that you can ult and dash twice and stun Renekton or stun Corki, and then your Q heals you. So maybe that's some of the reason that we see the Renekton so much. And I need to start paying attention to, is it whenever you're playing into Corki? Like G2 had Corki all of those games against Fnatic, and then I think Fnatic picked Renekton every time, so it got me thinking, like, Renekton must be good into Corki. Maybe at least at the pro play. I think we're still in patch 14.14 here, so...
Is good, but the Lee Sin was left
I've talked about Lucid. He's a very... He's an upcoming star over in Korea.
But I feel like D+ have looked
He
way
may
better
be,
with
if you're
Lucid
ranking
coming
the
through.
junglers, he may
I don't
be
think
like the
Sejuani's been a strong, but it's
4th,
just the
5th
pairing
best
of
right
Renekton.
now.
That's the difficulty in these situations. They opt to go for the Talia. Could be for show.
So what is
could also-
Talia? Now, this series is interesting because you're starting to see the AD champions in mid lane go away. We see some things that can handle them in the competitive scene. Solo queue is different, but again, here on the next level, that's what I'm trying to do, is help you get the next step that you can't get. Like, you're stuck in iron and you want to get to bronze, or you're in gold and want to get to platinum. So, what was it? Talia. I probably should have kept the Corki page up. Talia wins into Corki 66% of the time. That's jungle, though. Talia wins against Corki 61% of the time, so... if I could just get that to not do this. People are so picky about VODs and their content that, like, one little thing like that, oh, I heard a noise I don't want to hear, and they tune out.
Also still be for Lucid, although we haven't really seen him play that. So expectation is just going mid.
And maybe this is a good note. Corki. Talia versus Corki. No, it's gonna be a lot of slides.
Now T1, I don't think you pick Lee Sin into Talia. I'm just gonna say that off the bat. One thing to take into account is we do
Would like to see the Shyvana. I tested her out the other day. She's very strong.
It looks like he might just be going towards that Kennen.
Kennen is a Renekton counter. We've looked up the stats. Kennen wins against Renekton. There's a way around this. There's a way around this. Might be able to fit this on the slide too. There. Talia versus Corki. Mid. Kitten versus Renekton top.
Champions into Renekton and just bully them, just make them have a horrible time.
I didn't really talk about the bans, but Rumble top is a permanent ban, even though Rumble was nerfed. I talk about this a lot. Vi, also Ezreal, I think, is the best AD pick right now.
See what Ona wants to bring out.
Which then I think Ashe counters Ezreal. But Lucid's #1 jungle pick is Vi, so I think that was like a respect ban there. And then the LeBlanc, I don't know. I've seen Showmaker win with LeBlanc recently, and it was a teleport ignite LeBlanc, so he got away with no flash.
Definitely, if the Lee Sin was going to come in now for D+, would have a bad time in the Poppy, so it looks like D+ going to go for the Maokai.
So what is Poppy versus Maokai? There's no data on that. Let's go back a couple patches. Maybe we can look at supports and get some data out of that. I was gonna say Mayokai. I guess I could see how you can prevent Poppy from ulting your teammates and keep them rooted and locked out of the fight. So I could see that. Or you could lock down Poppy, because Poppy's ult is very scary in a team fight, because you could just instantly. And I've got past VODs in my stream where Peanut beat Owner on Poppy and T1, and he just shoved Faker like 2 screens away, and there's nothing you could do about it, and then you win the fight. So Poppy starts to get really scary in team fights and helps win objectives.
A lot of team fighting power, not really the combo we were hoping for from Lucid and Showmaker. These two picks work well together.
There's not really much data about the Mayokai or
again, I
the
don't think it's going to be a
Poppy.
major challenge for T1 in the early game, even though in the 5v5 it's going to have a lot of strength. And now, go in the next rotation, I think Kai'Sa should be a ban from T1. Honestly, if they just ban Kai'Sa Zeri, I wouldn't be too surprised.
Yeah.
Caitlyn ban, Zeri ban.
Strong laners that T1
I could look more into this, but I'm not going to. I don't have all night for this. I gotta go to bed, so I was just hoping to, like, a 3-hour stream would be great.
It's huge, and we know that Kellen also can play some champs to a really
Senna, Guma has a very high win rate on Senna and the Caitlyn. I think Aiming's had a lot of really good games with the Zeri, so that makes sense. I can't really recall the Callista. You probably wouldn't get the Renata Glask.
I think you just take the
But
one thing with the Kai'Sa though is you almost always pair her with a melee support and engager. That does mean that
Callista, Aiming's Callista must be pretty good.
Well into that, you know, potentially like Draven Renata, and you don't really want to take a range support with.
This takes a lot of AD picks out. You got Callista out, Zeri out, Ezreal out, Ashe out, Senna out, and Caitlyn out. So we see Misfortune that has a 66% win rate.
I think in particular the laning phase of the MF is strong. Very concerned about opting into the Kai'Sa.
Guma looks really upset about that, like he doesn't want to play into Aiming's Misfortune. So we get Misfortune and the Jhin. I'm guessing that Jhin is a Misfortune counter. No. Misfortune wins against Jhin 48% of the time. Now, I could see how Misfortune and Jhin have fairly similar ults that can help turn team fights or some type of engage or disengage. So kind of seems like the Jhin ultimate maybe does better for engages or disengages. But the Misfortune ult, I remember playing against bot games back in the day when I first started. Like, I would get baited so hard by Misfortune bot, and like my team would get owned by her ultimate. Like, we just forgot she has this huge area ultimate that does a lot of damage and you get slowed. But
as you mentioned, the MF is pretty strong in that lane. I was thinking also about Leona, just, you know, curiously
taking Leona away from
they want to
DK.
carry, so Leona gets left through, and they will pick that first. It's great into MF as well, because obviously she has to stand still to ult to just drop us.
Yeah, Leona lock Misfortune down, and she doesn't really have a dash to get away.
To reach MF when she ults, Leona always has that answer. Yes, MF's gonna have cleanse, but
I could look at her stats, but I'm not going to.
Let's just see what is picked up here by Guma. He was hovering the Draven and the Jhin before.
Okay. I always forget to close Discord. I really don't like having Discord up because I don't want to ever give people's information away or something that doesn't want to, right? So that's like not fair to people. So I know most people don't care about stuff like that, but
Looks like it will just be the Jhin. When, as you said, the Kennen sort of opens up on a team, you have that follow-up. We've seen like Viper have fantastic games on it. And now the pick for Kellen. Alistair has kind of been his favorite.
So again, who knows how long this stream will go? I get into this. It's funny because now Braum should be really good into Jhin too because you block his ult with the shield. You can save your misfortune. I don't know if you can block the grenade necessarily with the shield or not. It's something maybe I need to pay attention to. So I guess I don't know what the stats say the Braum into. Ooh. I think I remember there was misfortune support way back in the day, like Barrel, or maybe it was somebody else that played that. What was it? Oh, I was looking at Braum. Yet I'm at the end of my day. My brain's probably about had it for today. I've fried my brain out from the last month. Like I spent more time than a human should working on this channel and these VOD reviews, and so that hard work's gonna pay off, I think. Somebody's playing Aura support. Aurora. I saw Aurora last night. She's just... I made a joke about her on my Twitter, like saying... Oh, I was wrong about her. Because I always make a joke on my Twitter about the new champion where I go, oh, let me guess, they have a dodge, a slow, and an invis. And of course, she's got... or not a dodge, but a dash, a slow, and an invis. And of course... Aura's got a slow, a dash, and a invis, but then, gosh darn it, she has a heal on top of that. So she's got a heal, an invis, a dash. I don't know what her ultimate does. I figured it would show Aurora's stats here, or her abilities, but it doesn't. I got ahead of myself. I was looking at Braum versus Leona. Braum versus Leona. Braum wins against Leona 50% of the time. Okay. Scoot that over there. Scoot that up a little bit, and we'll just load this right here. And I'll move that up a little bit. Top. And then support. No, wait. Then I probably need to move this slide. So there's the game one's draft. And then here is my little ordering thing, just trying to get your brains to recognize again that there's the pick order matters, and then you realize, well, then red side gets 2 picks first. You know, like, well, blue gets the first pick, so they're ultimate, or they're the best side to be on because you always get the first pick. That's not necessarily true because then, well, geez, the red side gets 2 picks on their first pick, so they can pick two champions that counter you, right? And then then blue side can come in and try to counter those two champions, and then you get one pick that you can counter maybe that one champion or two champions or whatever. But then the blue side gives you there's probably some type of synergy here with like a Jhin and a Leona versus maybe what a Misfortune and a Braum have, or maybe there's some type of synergy that T1 knows about a Kennen and a Poppy together, because you got double stuns there, you got two dashes there, both have movement speeds, you got like thinking about it for a second, like a Kennen and a Poppy can probably dive and take down a Renekton top lane pretty easily. You get caught out by a Kennen and a Poppy, I don't know, there's not too many more champions I can think of that are as devastating as they are with their movement speed and slamming you into the wall and stunning you and throwing ranged shurikens at you and stunning you in an area. So there's got to be, to me, some type of synergy going on with these picks, like maybe Koma knows or Tom knows. And then these are just for notes. If I started to put notes in the last VOD with G2 Fnatic, that's what I did back in 2022, was break these down. And I mean, it was really tough. Breaking down 40-minute long VCS games where they fight constantly. So it was an insane amount of work.
And ultimately, the mid jungle from D+ doesn't inspire huge hope from me.
I was hoping they put a lion or tiger. Is it tiger? Tiger, or it's a tiger he has. I think that's what the scars are talking about on the Lee Sin skin, but I could be wrong. But I really think that's why when you look at the Lee Sin skin, that he's got the marks, the scars I was talking about on his chest, and I think that's Riot's shout out to this jewelry that owner likes to wear. So that's what sorry, I should have hit my mute button, but I didn't. Just seeing if you're awake. But I think that what Riot is giving a shout out to owner here with this represents like claw marks from a tiger. So like he wears this tiger necklace all the time.
Doesn't inspire huge hope from me in how they've been playing so far. I think ultimately the tools are there for D+, but
poor Faker's like, God, play another game of League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we didn't talk about leading into the draft very much, but Zeus, you know, if you do give him counterpick, he will be able to utilize that to a big degree. I thought maybe he would just go back to his very favorite Gnar, but instead he goes for that Kennen that has been played a lot more recently, especially in...
Then I learned too that I sit here and drink a double cup of tea because I make mine weak, and I'm like, oh, it makes me miserable because I have to rush to the bathroom every hour, and I was like, maybe I need to like just make it one cup and make it stronger and just slowly sip on the tea. So there's another thing I figured out. Like I said at the beginning, I'm dumb, I'm stupid, I lack a lot of common sense when it comes to things like that. Sodaron, why don't you just make a strong cup of tea so you don't have to rush to the bathroom every 30 minutes because you're drinking watered down tea.
Maybe you can stop T1 in their tracks.
Well, this is a very interesting draft moving into the first.
Let me double check one more time. This thing likes to just... Windows is like, hey, let's change the microphone volume down for no reason. And I think that's why I see a lot of people have to switch over to XLR and soundboards and stuff. I don't even think it's because USB is bad. I think USB is almost the same quality as the XLR. I think it's because Windows just likes to randomly turn the microphone down for no reason. And it really seems like it's when I have a lot of problems when Riot Vanguard is running on my computer. Like my sound just randomly going down for no reason, or my print screen button, my Windows key won't work all of a sudden. It's almost like they're like spying on me and hacking on me or something, you know? I'm not saying they are, I'm just making a joke, but it kind of creates a lot of problems for no reason. Or I've never seen a game where I run the patcher and I close the game out and it says, you must reboot your computer before you can restart this game. I don't understand that. Why does my PC need to reboot for a game to load? Like the game literally, it's like something's trying to steal information off my computer. And I don't get it. Again, I'm not blaming Riot or saying anything or saying Riot's bad, but I'm starting to see problems here with my computer for no reason. And when I close Riot Vanguard, I don't have any problems at all. Like anytime I try to do these VOD reviews, like again, if I've got Riot Vanguard up, I go and I look at this little page here and I'm like, or not this page, but I'm like, oh, my volume's lower than where it should be. So then I go here and my gain is turned down half for no reason. It's like, well, why did that happen? It doesn't happen unless I have, right? I guess it's running right now. I better exit Vanguard. Yeah, I do. Because it creates a lot of problems. Yes. Sorry, right? But I mean, I've heard a lot of bad stuff about Vanguard, and it's causing me a lot of problems. I'm glad I didn't buy a new PC yet, because I don't know if I would install League of Legends and Riot Vanguard on a brand new PC or not. You hear a story about new PCs bricking for no reason, but I've seen a lot of problems that I couldn't figure out what it was. If you see my stream, like for weeks, I'm like, I have to restart it, or I get an hour into it and then my volume turns down for no reason. It doesn't do it when Vanguard's not up. I'm not blaming Riot. I'm not saying it's Riot's fault. I'm not saying Riot is spying on me or giving me spyware or things to get information off my computer that might help the place that owns League of Legends, but I do see a lot of problems that it's causing.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game number 1.
So first off, you see that Keria and Kellen go top lane here. Now let's get into what I do. So we've got 2 wards from the supports invested in the top lane. Neither one of them gets what we call a deep ward, right? Like a deep ward. Again, this is the in-depth analysis that I kind of skim over and I'm trying to get more into for you fans out there that want to go to the next level. So here's one of the next level things. You need to learn about positioning. And there's this thing called the line that I talk about, that it magically, don't look at the mini map. Just look at this line and this picture right here. We're just looking at this picture. Okay? I have to play Professor right now and really explain this to people out there. And that's fine. That's what I'm here for. It's better to learn things like this than to pretend and act like you know everything. So this side is blue side. This side is red side. If you're on blue side, if you're red, if I'm red side, I'm using red because I got the red pin out. If I walk over this line and I don't have a flash and I'm Renekton, I'm going to get ganked because I don't know, unless I have a ward down here or over here. If my screen is black down here like this, and I don't know, like I have to assume that there's an enemy jungler right here just waiting to gank me. So if I walk over this line, and this is where the line starts, it goes half, it just splits the map in half all the way down the river. That's how I want you to look at it. This is red sides, side of the map. Again, we're at the very beginning of the game. We're at like probably 45 seconds here. But you walk over this line and you don't have a flash, or you don't have a teammate near you, or you don't have a ward down there, you cannot go over this line because you have to assume, unless you see the enemy jungler and you see all the other laners, if you only see 4 on the map of the enemy, you have to assume the 5th one is right here or anywhere in these brushes or somewhere, and they're going to gank you. So you have to be aware of that at all times. These are some of the next level things you need to learn if you want to get better in solo queue. You can't just go, I'm just going to try it anyways. If you want to get better, you have to learn these basic fundamental things, like the vision. So in this game, we have Carrier. I should have probably made a slide out of that, but I didn't. So we have Carrier coming up here to place a ward. You have Kellen coming up here, placing another ward. Now, what's all this mean? Both teams are heavily investing into their top laners. I caught onto it. The Void Grubs seem very strong for top lane and really help accelerate the top lane match, where you can have a bad matchup and still win because you're getting the Void Grubs. So these teams are heavily investing their vision into the top side so you don't get dove, you don't get ganked. This may cause problems in the bottom lane because they're going to be down a ward now. I'm sure they're going to go back and get the sweeper lens. They're going to have 2 like heavy engage supports, so they're going to be 2 aggressive lanes at the bottom, or 2 aggressive duos playing against each other. So again, if you're on this side, you got to think this is red side. This is red's map, and the line goes splits down there. I don't have the Epic Pro pen where I can just straight up draw a perfect line through there. So, you want to see it, donate to my channel and I'll buy it. I don't think you can. Yeah, you got to have the professional version. So I'm not professional yet. Actually, I mean, I've worked with the team, so I don't know. I'm making a joke. So we call this, on the next level of Sodaron, the line, like stepping over the line. And there used to be a site, I can't remember what the site was where you can pull up the Summoner's Rift map and draw stuff on there, but the Epic Pen does better. That's what I didn't have the Epic Pen when I did the slides 2 years ago. It makes a huge difference. So this is probably like 45 seconds in the game. We've got man-to-man here, I call it, where the players fan out and they get vision on their enemy laner or enemy counterpart. Carry is coming down to the bottom lane, it looks like.
Absolutely so.
And Braum.
Kennen, as we always love to see. Both supports going top lane and getting a ward down, which in these range versus melee matchups actually makes a pretty big difference, having that extra vision. I've seen that happen a few times.
So Owner looked like he was going to the bottom side of the jungle.
He's able to make things happen towards the top side in the early game.
So Owner's switching, rotating, whatever he was doing. Maybe he was protecting Owner, or it may just, or Owner, Zeus, or maybe it was just to trick out the enemy. A Faker usually gets a ward around this time up here, but he didn't. I think Owner put his ward here at the jungle entrance, and then Showmaker puts his there.
He'll throw some auto attacks in there.
Normally they put him about here, but that didn't happen in this game.
But generally the Corki will enjoy it. We do see the E taken here first. Zeus trying to utilize that fantastic spacing that he always seems to have in the bag in these top.
So Kennen should win this matchup, or is supposed to, so I would guess that T1's going to dive Renekton a lot. I also think, like I said, Renekton must be good into Corki, or that's what pro teams are thinking, because you can get to him with like a flash W, and then his ultimate will give him a lot more HP to survive, and then he can heal. So I think they're trying to get this Renekton really going so he can later take down this Corki in team fights.
I do wonder, you know, already it looks like Kingen's doing a pretty good job of even pushing in the wave, hitting level 2.
I didn't see, at some point Faker got this ward here, which is great. So Faker got enemy vision on where Lucid is, so he can play safe now in his lane. Like, this allows Faker to play safe on this side, right? Like, he can play super aggressive up this way, but not so much play on his right side because he doesn't know who will be in there. I also talked about Corki as well, though. He has the Q Phosphorus Bomb that every time the Q's up, if he wants or he thinks he's going to get ganked, Faker can just Q these side brushes. So it's, I think, one of the powers I see of Corki mid, or I call it aggressively safe. His Q allows him to get a lot of vision and stay safe in the mid lane. I mean, we've seen Corki mid for years. It's not something new this year. Then they nerfed the package away. Now we see him even more. Because it's probably like you were losing farm just by having to go back and recall and pick up the package every time.
As well as a Q, but MF with the double tap, it's very hard to miss CS, so you don't gain too much.
I would assume Lucid knows that he was on a ward, or they know where he is. Owner is down here in his jungle, so that allows Zeus to maybe go over this line like I was talking about, and he can play aggressive in his lane. He's got a teammate near. That was probably a really lazy warding spot that Zeus just put down, to be honest with you, for a world champion top laner. Like, he should have at least maybe put it there or there. I'm guessing he was afraid that Maokai was sitting in this brush and he would have flash ulted him, or flash W'd him. So now Showmaker I feel really bad for right there, because he wasn't. The only thing that really Showmaker did wrong here is he's out of mana, and I try to talk about this, and when I play solo queue and stuff, like, this is when you gank people. When they don't have any mana in their mana bar, they're kind of just useless. Like, you need to recall. So Showmaker gets punished by being in the lane with just no mana, nothing. He's probably at some type of bottleneck where he wants the Dark Seal and he needs probably like another wave of gold or just a cannon minion or something. So, but he gets punished by Owner, Faker.
On the map, as Showmaker steps forward, now he's just gonna get
Like
flashed and
Poppy,
comboed.
if you notice, does a lot of damage when you wall stun somebody.
Now he's just gonna get flashed and comboed.
I used to play back in 2017, or 2018, Spirit from Samsung, who was one of my favorite junglers. I used to think, like, most people say Dandy was better than Spirit, but I don't know. I really liked Spirit. I was really big on Samsung Blue. That's what I liked. T1, but the team I really, really liked and fell in love with League of Legends was Samsung Blue. And Spirit back at like 2018, maybe 2019, had a win rate of like 88% or something like that, playing Hail of Blades Poppy. And it's very strong, and you see supports play it sometimes in the pro games. So Poppy does a lot of damage, as you see, whenever you come in and wall stun somebody. And then, of course, Corki has okay damage at this level. You know, he doesn't really start doing his damage thing until he has 2 items and the fully stacked Mana Mune.
Yeah, really nice play there.
And so, like, I think Showmaker wanted a Dark Seal. And maybe like a tome or something, but he's forced to get Dorans and a tier.
Faker baited out the Unraveled Earth from Showmaker.
So Showmaker's teleport is down.
The Unraveled Earth gets burned. He sees he goes for it. Showmaker, I'm gonna be real, he should have flashed that.
Yeah.
Absolute mistake.
There's a lot of vision here by T1 in the river now at 4 minutes and 18 seconds in the game. This bottom lane, this is the time to gank Guma. This is what Showmaker got punished for. He's starting to get low on mana. That's when you really want to gank people, when they're over this line like I talk about. Guma's well over it. I mean, he's got Carrier there to help save him. He's just asking to get ganked. And I think Guma and Carrier and T1, they play like this because they want Maokai to come down here and gank them. That's what they're asking for. Like, they're asking just to get ganked. This is applying pressure. This is what the casters talk about when they say applying pressure, is when you're over this line right here.
Not to flash it, does end up going down. The one.
It's about time to get the Void it's about time to get the Dragon, which T1 have plenty of vision down here that they should be able to get the Dragon at 5 minutes.
The one silver lining is at least a future gank is going to be, not super easy to pull off with that flash available.
Faker gets his Mercury Treads, which probably needed against Talia.
Typically where we've seen D+ XL.
Yeah, and this is what kind of worries me for the side of DK, as now.
So there goes, I would guess that was Guma Yushi's ward that gets cleared out. So the bottom lane's not going to really have any vision. If you see, you always want to buy control wards when you have, that's a priority. You see Guma, one of the best ADs in the world, bought a control ward. And one reason was his trinket ward's not going to be back up by the time he gets back down to the bottom lane. It also might be he got for the Dragon. That also Owner gets one here. But if you see, he had to buy a control ward because they don't have any vision. The sweeper lens, his trinket ward is down for quite a while.
Maybe like a couple more units and it wouldn't have connected. Just made a judgment call, ended up backfiring, and you could tell he was frustrated about it. But as you said,
so I don't know what Poppy is doing over here. I don't like this. I think that players, I would rather have a Dragon than a blue buff. Like, it just makes me want to bash my head up against the keyboard. That I think that I guess that owner's valuing this over the dragon. They could have the dragon and then come up here and get the void grubs. But I guess, and we don't see players give over blue buffs anymore unless I'm not paying attention, but I pretty sure I don't see you get blue buffs over anymore. That they found out that's very inefficient. That it's more efficient to keep it on your jungler. Unless it's like later on in the game. I think some of the reasoning too, perhaps, is that the APs get mana regen, so whereas like AD champions melees don't really get any type of mana regen items. So what I meant was AP mages get mana regen on items. You know, like Maokai is a pretty heavy AP jungle, so like we'll have to look at his blue buff. But a lot of times I see teams value like a blue buff over an objective, and it makes me want to bash my head against my keyboard because you can give that up, you get the objective, and then go back and get the blue buff. You don't really need it to take the objective, especially when you have the healing things now around the objectives. I forget exactly when they spawn. I think it's around 6 minutes. I'm pretty sure the Void Grub has it when it's up. I'm pretty sure the Dragon has it when it's up. But there's healing around the objective.
Also, hitting a seismic shove.
Now, he's on a AD or a tank jungler, so it doesn't clear as fast, even though in this picture here, Poppy is ahead of Maokai in the CS department. But like I told you, I think this is going to be a battle of the top lanes because the teams even brought their supports up and placed a ward in the very beginning. And I meant to talk about getting a deep ward in that position, but it's okay. And here we go. We got a war over the Void Grubs. And I am on the fence right now about, if you watch like a month ago, I keep saying, well, I don't know why the teams go for the Void Grubs. I think it gives you XP, but I always value the Dragons more. I still think I value the Dragons more, but I didn't realize how much of an advantage the Void Grubs are giving top laners. And that you can take a bad matchup. We'll go back and see who shot first. But the Void Grubs will allow you to take a really bad top lane matchup and still either keep up in CS or get ahead. G2 tried this with Rumble and it didn't work. So I hope that Broken Blade practices Rumble right now for Worlds, because I don't think Rumble's going to go away. Aiming is just asking to get ganked right here too. But of course, there's no jungler around to gank them. They were up at the Void Grubs. So DK get one of them. So I was waiting for them to replay this. So Owner gets the Scuttle Crab. That's after. Kind of looks like Faker shot first. So we got Faker hits Lucid with a Corki ultimate. Everybody has their summoner spells up. Now Braum has Exhaust over Leona's Ignite, which is better in team fights. Both ADs have Cleanse.
Had a read that he was there. They kind of overstepped, but this whole.
Maybe Showmaker didn't have any mana to do anything in this fight, so there's another thing. You notice how Talia keeps really having mana problems early.
Had a read that he was there. On a 2-0-1, he's so strong with his Poppy.
So Showmaker's over at his turret. Coming this way. It looks like both ADs are starting to roam top lane as well. But it looks like Faker's shot first right here, and he hits Lucid with an ultimate. And then you got Carrier that's going to come in, and I would say you want to lock the Renekton down over the... I don't know, I guess you want to lock the Maokai down first. No, you gotta lock the Renekton down, right? Because he's got level 6 for his ultimate. And I'm sure like Lucid's in a position where he's close to getting level 6 and having his ultimate. Poppy's like not at his ultimate yet. I don't know what Kenan's doing up here. I mean, maybe he's on his way. Looks like Kingan's got a ward there in that brush. But it might have been better to put a ward down here.
They should have.
Maybe Cannon's not level 6 yet.
Read that he was there.
T1 get that.
On a 2-0-1, he's so strong with his Poppy.
I think Poppy smited that and stole it. Yeah, so T1 get one of the Void Grubs. Showmaker doesn't really have any mana to do anything. Kennen is late and behind.
This all is just such a game changer. Faker was just dead pretty much immediately. If it
Jin makes it in time too to do some damage, even though he doesn't have his ultimate. So aiming doesn't even begin to show up. And I was listening to Summoning Insight, and somebody on there was saying that aiming is like DK, and aiming's a player that kind of like Guma was a couple years ago, that he's got to carry the game on his back, or it has to be aiming's way. So maybe that's why aiming's down here getting farm. Because at least Guma showed up and did some damage.
wasn't for that.
This burns Faker's flash. This burns Kingan's flash. So you may be able to make some plays afterwards. So it looks like T1 do turn this fight. A lot of it because aiming didn't roam up the river. It was too late.
Rom get chased down. And the fact that he also gets the stun at the end. Just such a clutch play.
Yeah.
So should have been something where DK maybe just went for Dragon instead. It looked like no matter what, T1 was going to get the Void Grubs first. I mean, they had the opportunity to get the Dragon and they didn't. So again, I think they're worried about getting this cannon ahead of Renekton, which he's behind right now.
Renekton's a relatively long champion.
People want to put Kingan down that he's not good.
You saw aiming, he ulted the bot wave. He was trying to push in, but Guma's able to get down there as well. Doesn't miss anything. And right now, on the top side of the map, especially in the jungle, we see a huge lead for Owner.
There's probably things I'm missing out, or this little fight right now, but, you know, it's a show. It's not like a perfect VOD review. Originally, the next level with Sodaron was going to be just a show where I talk about the best games of the week that I saw and break them down and stuff. And technically, I'm not at that level yet to produce something like that where I go, I mean, I guess I could, but I'm not comfortable with it yet. So, but I've thought maybe next season, maybe that's what I'll do. But I was just going to make a show where, and maybe I'll name the VOD review something else, but I wanted a show called The Next Level with Sodaron. So that's why I'm using the name now. I'm just trying to grow it. But I was wanting like maybe at some point in the future that it's just like a weekly show where I go and show you my favorite games of the week and maybe favorite plays, but who knows. Right now it's, I think, high level VOD reviews for the amount of time I put into it. I put a lot of time into this to get this growing.
will lead in that matchup. So entire top
It's
side
not
was
as
good
easy as you
towards
think
D1,
to
and that's
stream.
kinda where we had the concern for D plus in this draft was that top side.
So DK have a control ward here on the dragon. Kellen's flash is down. Showmaker's flash is down. No, Showmaker's teleport is about to come back up a little bit before Faker's, so there's some type of cross-map play that maybe DK can make here. They lost 2 Void Grubs, so they need to make it up with a dragon.
Feels like Showmaker, 13 CS behind is not in a great spot just yet, but at least he has
Showmaker really struggling against the Corki in this game. Again, I told you at the beginning of the stream, there's a quote from Humanoid. It'd be nice if I could find that. Is it there? Let's see, we're 50 minutes and 50 seconds into the game. There's a quote from Humanoid saying why they pick, it's not the exact reason, but why the AD champions over the mid laners. And it kind of makes sense because he was saying that they have much higher movement speed, and then it's hard to land spells on something that does more damage than you with autos, and then has higher movement speed. And I think they have more HP as well. So they showed a graph of the movement speed and the beginning stats, but it looked like ADs have way more HP as well than the AP mages. So is it balanced? Riot tells you it's balanced. Here's what I don't get about Riot. All right. It's a game with supposedly millions of players, right? And it makes millions of dollars, right? Again, I'm not putting Riot down. I'm just kind of giving you my personal view. Obviously, if I would invest my time into playing League of Legends and watching all of this, I would be a fan of Riot Games. So I'm not putting Riot down. It's the things they do. So you've got a game that has millions of players, you say, and millions of people that watch it, you say. Again, I saw the numbers for VCS, and it was literally a live stream back when I was doing stuff with GAM, and I would watch the live games. Over 1 million viewers, or at 1 million viewers, higher than what you see in LCK, higher than what I see in LPL English. We don't know what the viewer numbers are anywhere like on the LPL games. Why would you not, first off, why would you not invest in VCS and grow it if you've got that many viewers over in Vietnam? But anyways, you got that many people paying money for this game. You have like 3 people that balance the game. And I'm sure the team's bigger than that, but I mean, literally, with the amount of resources you have, and I feel like Riot invests all their money in the art department, and I've made fun of them a little bit. Again, I'm not putting Riot down. I'm just making jokes because they make jokes too, and they're funny company. I lost my train of thought there. You've got all the art department, right? Like, they just fix whatever problems with art instead of digging in and actually physically changing the coding and the difficult part. So eventually this game's just going to fall over like a house of cards. It's on its way there now, because you can't just keep putting a Band-Aid over like a big wound. It just gets worse and worse and worse. And that's kind of like what Riot does, is just put bandages over like very important things, like the technical pauses all the time. And then you're forcing, instead of paying millions of dollars to fix the game and the client for all the people putting money into it, you hire a couple of young casters and pay them next to nothing and make them talk to entertain while you've got all these pauses instead of fixing the problem. Again, I'm not putting Riot down or saying bad things about them, just telling you what, as a fan, what I see. So, I mean, I put up with it and watch it and do the content. And then, again, the game, like, I don't understand why can't you stop making champions for like 6 months and rework the old ones? And if you do a good job, I know why. I know the answers. I'm just the viewers out there. Thoughts that I have. If the reason why is because, well, I don't know if I need to give you the reason why, but I'm assuming logically that it's much cheaper to keep making more champions than it is to go back and fix the problems with the old ones. So it's covering up a wound with a bandage every time, or a band-aid. And eventually you're going to have more problems, and a band-aid's not going to take care of the wound. Your leg's going to fall off, or the wheel's going to fall off the car. So you've got a balance department for millions of people that love this game and watch the esports and all that, but you have like 5 people that balance the game. That doesn't make any sense at all. You've got how many champions? 180 or what? I don't even remember how many, to be honest with you. It's like, maybe it's 200. $168. So, and you hire like one person on social media so he can go, hey everyone, I'm fixing all the problems, and then everybody can, and you can interact with me and I'll help you and you can check my stream. I'm not putting the guy down, but it's impossible, the amount of work you're giving him. And like, that's kind of a problem I see in the industry, or industry in general. And you just get young people that don't know any better, and they'll just do all kinds of work for free. And then you fire them and get somebody else. So we've seen Riot do that over the years. I want to work for them coaching one of their teams. It'll probably never happen because they hire young people. I'm hoping not. I would like to work with them. Again, I don't put them down. That's why I had to work with Gam and the VCS. They don't like Sodaron, apparently. He tells you the truth. Like, I look in my crystal ball and tell you the truth that's going on. And, you know, I feel like Riot lies to you. It's common sense. You got a game with 168 champions, and again, it's probably more than 5 people, but it's like probably a handful or 2 handfuls of people that work on the balance team, and that's it. Where you could hire like 50 people or 100 people for a game this big. Have this thing balanced out in a year. But at the end of the day, the question is it all just one big money-making scam? You know, just a question, not saying it is.
That dragon. Okay, just gonna dash over the rocks, and now Lucy's gonna flash on in. Faker getting very low, trying to get Showmaker low and set up the kill here.
So Owner, he didn't have any wall there to hit.
And now these 2 junglers that don't do a lot.
And the Maokai ult really didn't do much.
And now D+'s bot lane gets there on time. Aiming gonna pick up double buff.
And Aiming did show up and make a play there. I'm sure they'll go back and rewind this, so that's why I'm not doing it. So, oh no, I hit the wrong button there.
Yeah. And there was a push that came down on the
There we go.
Eyes for it. And ultimately, Faker ends up going for what was
gonna say Owner got a control ward here to prevent any vision that DK might have. So I think that Owner was undetected through here. Looks like there's something good going on down in the bottom lane.
But is losing in the fight. He dashes through the Unraveled Ear to trade onto Showmaker. Doesn't expect Lucid.
Faker didn't have flash, so there was nothing he could do there. It cost Maokai his flash.
It dies for it, and then Owner commits heavily to kill this Talia, but it's so hard.
It looked like, unless Owner Hex Tech flashes out of that, it really didn't. Maokai's ult didn't do anything to Poppy right there. Make sure my volumes are good.
To get away from a Maokai. The call comes
So
in,
Kellen and Aiming are roaming up.
that Winter Spike connects, he knows he's dead, and it's a big
So I was
win
saying it looked
for
like
these
something
guys,
interesting was
like
going on in the
losing
bottom
out
lane,
around
but
the jungle,
Jen
get a bounce
and
back on the
Leona
play.
Yeah.
are just going to
And there was a
recall.
push that came down in the bot lane, but you'll notice that there's no plates that went over to T1. So I was wondering, you know, what was traded back? What did T1 get on the bottom side of the map? Looks like not much except maybe denying.
Let me see how long I've went in the stream. I may need to take a 15-minute break or something. And I'm not on a clock or anything. Yeah, I've streamed for an hour and a half now. Like, I'm getting to where I need my first break. You know, they talk on radio. They take a break every 10 minutes. Or it's like every... Maybe it's even worse than that. Like, it's like 10 minutes and they take a 15-minute break. If you ever listen to talk radio, it's unreal how many breaks they take. Like, the host will come on and start talking for like 10 minutes, and then you're like, oh, something, oh my, I'm so interested. And then they go, we'll be right back on the next level with Sodaron. And then it's a 15-minute break, and then welcome back. Now, this is the hard opening where I talk for 5 minutes, and then I take another break. And then there's like one segment in the hour where they talk for 15 or 20 minutes, and that's it. And because I'm a big fan of talk radio, and I've always wanted a talk radio show since I was little. Like, I used to have a karaoke machine and pretend to be a DJ and have a show and like play my own songs and stuff. Back then, you had to record songs off the radio because the internet didn't exist. Cassette tape days. So Owner's got his Iron of Solari. Maokai's got his Leandri's Torment, and Owner also has Boots. Okay, the Mercury Treads might have really helped him there as well against the Maokai ult.
Yeah. You know, he's fumbling, he's dropping the bullets all over the place.
I don't know why DK or T1 are not taking this first dragon.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't...
I also see the mid lanes, or the bottom lane switched here, at least for a minute, into the mid lane. Because we got Showmaker down here. Well, I see one big reason. Misfortune's going to have a really big power spike here. And Jin's not going to, because he's got the steel plate caps. So, I mean, his ult can engage or disengage. But Misfortune right now is going to do a lot of damage versus Jin, right? Kennon's got the damage. Renekton just has Mercury Treads.
Too much.
Faker doesn't have flash for whatever. There's, you know, I feel like there's a storm a brewing here. A storm. There's something going on here, so that's why I'm talking, because Faker doesn't have his flash. Zeus just got his back up. Lucid's going to need his. Kingen doesn't have his. Showmaker's about to have his. So there's dragon fight, I would say. And this is probably a really good power spike here that Poppy has on the irons. I don't even know what's on the iron locket anymore. It's changed so much since I used to use it way back in the day on like J4 and Vi back in season 3. So I don't know what its stats are in this season. Iron of the, or Locket of the Iron Solari. I was just saying, I may have to take my break. It doesn't matter. This is a really long game, I know. Grants you with a shield for 200 to 360 damage. Magic resist. I'd say that's a pretty good power spike there that Poppy is sitting on. He just got 3 takedowns. And owner, I think, needs to work on his Poppy because Peanut seems to outplay him or has. So I think that's one reason T1's working on the Poppy.
Advantages game for the bot lane on the back
Mickey X had a
one side moving, the other side
was pretty successful too with Poppy support recently. If you want to check out my past VOD review I did with G2 vs Fnatic, we're working on BDS. It's just when I get time because I know it was a whatever some of you out there call fiesta, but the other words, that's what it was. So it's gonna, I'm not putting it down, but I'm just saying it's gonna take a lot. It's like a circus. It's gonna take a lot of work to clean it up. There we go, a circus. It was great and all, but to clean up the show that was left behind, it's gonna take a lot of work, and that's what we do here on the next level. Is we're cleaning up these VOD review or these pro matches.
They're gonna go for it.
Yeah, and the early Ocean is really going to help out in that matchup, especially for the Renekton, who is taking a lot of harass, who does have a relatively large health bar eventually.
And I like doing these because I think a lot of people think these LCK teams are absolutely perfect, and they're not. They still have flaws where they could play perfectly, and so that's, again, I'm trying to take you to the next level. I've been watching Gen G for like 3 years now. Even back in 2022, when I was talking to Coach Hankay about you've got to work on closing the games out. Like if I'm a head coach or I'm a general manager on a League of Legends team, my goal is I want my team to work on closing out the games faster because I watched Gen G be able to do it in 18 minutes or in 22 minutes or 20 minutes. And that's very scary against good teams. Guma gets caught out on the Scuttle Crab vision at the Void Grubs, which are up in 2 minutes and 36. Oh no, they're up now. So I was thinking they should be up, right? At 12 minutes.
One shot. Thankfully, that blast cone is there to deny us from any other.
Some weird stuff going on here where Faker and Showmaker were down in the bottom lane. And Faker has his teleport. Showmaker has his teleport. You see Showmaker is teleporting. And again, I want Broken Blade to work on this stuff and G2 to work on this right here because it was really bad against Fnatic with the just lazy teleporting in on turrets when you can teleport in on wards. So I hope G2 work on this teleport. That's the biggest flaw I saw in G2 when it came to how they did in the summer finals. Is they really need to work on the flank teleport plays between Broken Blade and Caps. Even Hansama, I mean, you can run teleport on Ezreal and do a lot of amazing stuff. 3 teleports is pretty cool. Again, my dream is to see a team of 5 unsealed spellbooks in professional play. So Showmaker is teleporting here where I don't know if he's coming in to help the Void Grubs or shove the lane out. I thought they were setting up a play here because I would think T1's going to go over here and try to kill or take down the Void Grubs, prevent DK from getting the Void Grubs here. Dragon's been open. Okay, DK got the last dragon. That's right. Dragon's not up till 4 minutes and 38 seconds. I got ahead of myself.
Action in this one, especially with the Grubs coming up. Does look like DK.
Okay, that was Kingen. It looked like Showmaker was
be honest, with
teleporting there, but that
Sodaron,
was Kingan's
I'm not sure
teleport.
there's too much you can do in this situation. You can see Kerry is nowhere near. It looks like he's potentially setting up a play.
But
On
Showmaker went back and got his
something out.
Seraphine, or
Considering the
what's it
first
called?
big fight we saw in this game was so favored towards T1. D plus are doing
The Mikhail's, or not Mikhail's, what? The Archangel staff.
a good job of navigating back into the game.
Kennen just used his teleport. And his ultimate is down to make flank teleport plays. Kingan's teleport is down. So there's nothing really going to be going on here for another, in the bottom, for another, what, 4 minutes? DK have 3 Void Grubs and T1 have 2.
Now the trade-off is going to lose some plates here. Kerry has moved down. He was spotted on a ward.
4 to 2.
Showmaker was ready to back away, but this is the trade-off. You know, grubs for D+, a couple of plates for T1.
So it looks like down at the, or up at the top lane, they're wanting to dive Kennen, Lucid, and Kingan. They decide against it. See, that allowed, looking at the mini map, it's allowed Kingan to be over this line and add pressure.
Significant advantage over the Faker here.
Yeah, and there's really not much that
Jin is mid,
do. Oh man, at least on the bottom side. Yeah, don't know what happened.
and Poppy and Leona are... That's probably another really good duo, too, that you get caught out by Poppy and Leona, and you're a goner. I have to take a restroom break at some time.
His cleanse and flash, so I guess maybe he just walked it off. And he'll go for a back now.
Oh, and aiming, stepping up and using the E.
I know this is a 40-minute game, so...
Definitely, it's so hard. We talk a lot about these mid lane.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that now, and I will be right back. I'll put... If you're new to the channel, if you're new here, just go ahead and skip ahead by like 5 minutes, or if you're watching it live, you're just going to have to wait a minute. I mean, I need my break. I've been going for an hour and 47 minutes now. You try talking for an hour and 47 minutes and tell me if you can do it or not. Let me know. Hit me up on social media and say, Sodaron, I can do what you do. I can talk for an hour and 47 minutes without taking a break. I don't think there's too many of you out there that can do it. So I will be right back. If you're new here, I put this little thing up. That just means I'll be right back. It's also, when I do the VOD form of this, I just edit it out, and then you never know when I took my breaks or not. So, but I'm not on the clock, and I can't sit here and do 6 hours of this straight. So I'm going to take a little break here, and I'll be back. It'll give you a better VOD, right? If I take a breather now and come back, I'm going to do better analysis on this game. So again, I was saying I had to undo the screen for a second because I'll probably go through this and edit it out and then forget I was talking, but it doesn't really matter. But if I don't take a break, I'm going to rush through this game and give you bad analysis or lazy analysis. And so if I take a break for a minute, I won't rush through the 40-minute game and try to figure out what's going on. I'll actually sit down and be able to pick more stuff out. So you kind of run yourself dry after about, I don't know, like I said, on the radio, they literally take a break every 10 or 15 minutes. So I know that I'm a fan of, I've been listening to Howard Stern for years. I mean, he may go an hour and a half without a break. That's about it. A 4-hour show. You got to take breaks. You got to rest your voice. So we'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So I'm just going to start playing my demo every time I AFK. Because I put a lot of hard work into that and never got to, the band like broke up because the bass player was married and had kids, and he couldn't balance band and wife and kids and all that. So I don't know. Now he runs a taco truck for a living. So, hey, if you want to check out a great place, I'm just kidding. I'm like the ultimate salesman. Like I was so good at telemarketing that like my I was 15 or 16 when I started telemarketing, and I did it after high school and in summer, and that's how I got my band equipment. Is I bought like a $2,000 cabinet or amplifier, and I had a full stack when I did live shows. My bass player had a full or a half stack Ampeg 810, and the drummer has like a huge double bass kit with like 8 toms and 2 floor toms. Like we had so much equipment, like trying to plug into these small places in our local area. It was unreal. But it started because I worked a job where I telemarketed, and I was so good at it that they wanted me to quit high school and work telemarketing full time. Now, I should have done that because I'd be a rich, successful person, because honestly, school didn't really get me that much. I live in an area where a diploma doesn't get me anything. And so it tells me the education system's broke. So then you have to go to college, and I had free college in high school. I was smart enough to get accepted into the local college, and half the time I was at the college versus high school. So I had college credits while I was in high school. So I'm not really that dumb. I am the wizard of LOL esports, but I might as well go ahead and promote my band while I'm doing this, right? So, like, who knows? Maybe it'll come back to life someday, and we'll write real songs, because at the time we were all like high school band geeks and junior high school band geeks, and a drummer made money playing gigs and stuff off on the side. Like he could be in a real professional band, no doubt, no questions asked. He practices like 2 or 3 hours a day plus works, and that's what you got to do to get to the next level if you want to be good at something. And who knows, like, I personally would like to go back and just redo them or re-add stuff. And I'm really embarrassed because I couldn't sing back then, and I was very, very shy. And I think that I could sing much better now. So who knows, like, maybe the band will be resurrected. Our name was Positive Influence, and which I think, like, it copyrighted that name for us too, though, is the funny thing. Like, giving our digital rights away, so like nobody else can come in and be like, well, we're Positive Influence. So we've got kind of a catch-22 in the music business right now, because one of our songs is owned by Sony Records or Sony Music. So it's kind of satisfying when you have a big music company steal one of your songs from you. It's pretty rewarding. So we had talent. Our hit is the one on Amazon. Go check it out. Home Face, Positive Influence. It's like 99 cents. I mean, that's not much at all. I mean, that's a lot cheaper than a skin, and you can listen to it all the time. You're getting in a world where you can't, like, music's expensive. So 99 cents isn't that bad. So we're back into this game at 12 minutes and 56 seconds.
Cause a lot of issues when you're trying to contest mid-priority.
I see Kingan's got a Tiamat here.
Well. Like, Guma cannot walk up to aiming because he can get slowed, and he just autos you.
Mercury treads.
Obviously,
as I was saying, Misfortune had a really big power spike, but now Jin's power spike's probably better with Static Shiv and Steel Plate caps.
I don't think there's much T1 can do to get on top of aiming unless he makes a big misplay. So it's just Guma weathering the storm right now. You can see that mid tower down to 2 plates only.
Like I was saying earlier before the break, that we're really just waiting on this dragon to spawn. We got the Rift Herald in 25 seconds. So Zeus' teleport is down. He probably doesn't need it though, because he's going to top lane right now. And Faker, I would say, is recalling to come up and go to the Rift Herald fight, because you still got 2 minutes on the dragon yet. So all the summoners are up. Corki has his ultimate up. I like to make jokes about champions like Jace. Oh, I remember this play. That was a really good Maokai ultimate from Kingan. So again, or King and Lucid. So again, Zeus was just like at this line or barely over this line with a flash. And I'm showing you, this is at level 14 or level 14. This is at 14 minutes. And he's not even like really over this line that I keep talking about. I just call it the line. Like he's at the line. And he's going to be a goner. So this whole line thing is really important, learning this. That's where the zone, or where you, it's like the neutral zone where the waves crash into each other. And what that means is either side, you're trying to crash these minions into the turrets, right? But if you're crashing them here in the middle, it's not doing any turret damage. And so when we talk about pressure, what we mean is you're applying pressure that's going to chisel away at the turrets. See how much better this was after I took the break instead of trying to just power through the game
On this cannon.
like a dragon.
Here from Zeus, there it is. Uh-oh. He does have flash, but I don't know if he gets away from this one.
So this might be a good play here where T1's going to lose the Rift Herald now because Zeus is gone. They don't have Maokai's ultimate. They don't have Renekton's ultimate. Showmaker's TPing middle instead, because I would say, no. I was going to say, I think Maokai is going to solo the Rift Herald here. So DK apply pressure to the mid lane, and looks like Owner's going to miss his ultimate and whiff. He does catch Kellen into the wall there. I mean, that Poppy's doing a lot of damage every time. He didn't do, like, I think the work of the damage. He got lucky and got a takedown. But she does a lot of damage when she stuns you into the wall and then autos you and Qs you. That's why, like, the Hail Blades might be better. I have to test that out. I'm having some craving on playing Poppy. So Showmaker teleported mid, and the weird thing going on is Faker is over here applying pressure into the bottom T2 turret of DK. So Faker's just asking to get ganked because he's, again, over this line that I talk about. Kellen just got his support item, so he was behind. The Vision was behind on DK. Leona's ultimate is down.
But Rift Herald and a turret on the top side for DK.
Yeah, so T1 managed to defend for now, but not for much longer.
Owner, yeah, he's going to flash away and barely get away from that one. Now Guma's going to have to abandon ship and just give up another turret to D+ Kia.
Yeah, even with that kill on Kellen, still a
Aiming's got a BF sword.
They don't even need the Herald to get the tier 1 mid.
Again, as I harp on that, the power spike window is... I don't like that. I hit these buttons on my hardware and I don't even know what they do. This is one that really bothers me. I just went from 1800 DPI to 9000 and there's a huge difference. I don't even need that much DPI. I don't, like, maybe if you're playing first person shooters. Also, something to add to my credentials is my drummer and I, or not the drummer in the band, we were CS 1.6 cow ladder players where we were undefeated. Look us up, Dastardly Duo. I bet you can Google it and look up cow CS 1.6 cow server. It was the big rank back then. If you were cow, you were like elite in NA. So again, I have other esports stuff that I've played or worked on. We were undefeated at Counter-Strike. Like, him and I are pretty awesome. So just check that out, maybe. But I just grew out of violence. I don't like shooting games. I really enjoyed Counter-Strike back in the day. My friend and I, we were undefeated. We practiced all the time, like just played. And this is back in the day when we didn't have Discord or we didn't have Ventrilo even. We were literally on the phone talking, like tying up a landline phone. We were doing the same thing kids do on Discord nowadays, but we were doing it on the phone. I would say when we had our matches, like we on the phone. I don't think Ventrilo even worked back then. So like him and I were ahead on voice chat. We were literally on a phone with each other. I don't know if that's legal today or not, but back then that's what we did. It's like we almost knew where each other were. We played so much and we were on the phone talking to each other the whole time. So like it's like I knew what he was going to do. He knew what I was going to do. And so we were undefeated. Dastardly Duo, Counter-Strike 1.6, Cal. Misfortune ult is down. Maokai's ultimate is down. DK's heavily investing here to take out Faker. And I see that T1's trying to retaliate, save Faker's life here. Zeus has a teleport and can come down. This may be a play where T1 can save Faker and make a big play where Zeus teleports down here. Now, there would be that ward or this ward. But he could make a teleport play and Kingen can't for a little while and his ult is down. So this might be a play here. Showmaker's Showmaker's teleport is down.
Also, the angle of that wasn't great.
Maokai doesn't have ultimate, so that might not be good. And he just gets Poppy ulted away. And here's what I was talking about. He's not going to be... Kingen is not going to be able to do anything. So going to be useless in this team fight. Maokai gets knocked out. So this should allow... you've got Kennen teleporting in here, so he should be able to... His ultimate is down, though. See? He's not going to have an ultimate for anything. So it may not even be worth Kingen teleporting down here right now. Because he'll need this ultimate.
As Faker, he is going to actually try to fight this one. And with a couple of teammates, they are going to fight. As meanwhile, Zeus's TP doesn't get too much value, but there is a Drake coming up.
So he...
As getting pretty hectic here on the Rift.
Yeah, really nice ult there.
Now, maybe Kingen should have kept up shoving the top lane here, but he goes mid lane. The teams didn't know what to do right here in this situation. And again, you've got to... I'm not showing you enough like I'd want to. And I showed you back in 2022 and spent all this time like calculating out the ultimate timers. And you'll sit here and tell me, well, I can look on Google and look up the ultimate timer for Braum. It doesn't really show you that information. Like, you've got to go and figure this math out on your own. How many seconds? Like, Trendemir's ultimate is 120 seconds. So that's what? 2 minutes. So when you're in the game, I'm just giving you an example. Say your ultimate is 2 minutes. Your ultimate is back up in 2 minutes. If you're one of these players or you're in solo queue and you want to get to the next level, you in chat or tab out on a notepad or something, you need to know these timers on the champions you're playing against, people that think they're pros and really good at the game. You need to know what these ultimate timers are, and you need to be able to relay it to your chat in the game so you can make plays around, well, Trendemir's ultimate is back up in 30 seconds. We can make a play in that 30-second window before his ultimate is down. If his ultimate is not down, then there's no point in making that play. So these are the windows I'm trying to show you and teach you how to make plays if you want to get to the next level in League of Legends.
For the E, as you said, and as soon as that's down, Zeus doesn't even burn the flash. He knows there's no way he escapes from the situation.
Yeah, just accepts his fate.
I've spent a lot of time on this game, so I'm gonna start. Probably gonna just kind of watch the game more and give some live feedback because I can't spend all day on them. I wanted to be done by now, and so this is gonna be going till like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Look, Kingen has been laning so well. Never really saw a possibility for that before now, but they find a good play. They find this angle.
Maybe I should just jump in these and start doing them, but I get on the mic and I enjoy it. I enjoy the talking and the ranting.
And they narrowly get out of tower range before Lucid's ult.
It's good therapy.
So pretty good play from them. They do have the gold lead now. That
So
is up.
what I was talking about earlier before the team fight was you get normally like one item at 150 CS, so you should have one item by then, which we see. And the players are like over that. The Poppy's on 2 items. I don't think... Trying to see if T1 can do anything here. Faker used his teleport to go top, and Poppy's up there, so I don't think there's anything really that T1 can do to stop this. And also DK got the Rift Herald as well. But, so there's not really much going on. It looked like you got Faker up here shoving this top lane, applying pressure, and I think that Poppy's trying to stay hidden in the jungle so they don't see him. They're trying to make a play on Kingen. They also know that Kingen's teleport's up. So, like, Kingen might, if they had a ward back here, it'd probably be a good time for Kingen to teleport down bottom and do a flank play.
Yeah, Kingen doing a great job disengaging. Naaman actually waited a bit with his cleanse, and I feel like he baited Zeus into ulti.
But I'm a fan of T1 and a fan of DK, so I get into these VOD reviews and I really enjoy it. Or like maybe I'm doing them of like a LEC team that I'm just not interested in, and I do the work. So maybe that's some of this game here, or this match here, match 61, is I'm just a fan of these two teams.
Does take a bit of damage, but he's got Bloodthirster. It doesn't matter. Kingen does have
So Kingen loses his flash. So T1 at least get the flash out of Kingen. Again, these are things that these pro teams are paying attention to.
By a pretty large margin. And even though the gold leads in favor of T1,
that you make your plays on knowing the enemy's cooldowns, and I've spent the summer split in 2022, or maybe, I don't know, all the time starts to meld together, but I have plenty of VODs on my channel, and I go over and over and over about you make the plays on knowing the cooldown times. I've got a card here that I used to put in. I think it's off now. I have to really go and dig. But I even made like a card for you all to print out and sit on your computer desk and have all of the summoner spell cooldowns. Just so you know in solo queue and you want to get to the next level, you know when a flash is down and when it'll be back up, because that's where you make your plays. When somebody's overextended and you know their flash is down, or you know their cleanse is down, or you know their ultimate is down, and you want to get to the next level, you need to start researching and doing a little bit of math and writing it on pen and paper or on Excel or whatever sheets, the cooldown timers of the ultimates mainly. You gotta like convert it to seconds, or convert it to minutes, because the game shows you minutes, it doesn't show you the seconds. Or you need to know like 300 seconds is 5 minutes. A lot of people out there, I think, can't do that math. I'm not very good at it. I'm just being honest, so I'm not making fun of you. But you need to be aware that there's others that are really good at math and they can do this stuff in their head or while they're playing the game. But as I was saying, is 15 minutes, 20 minutes, Most
And,
teams in the
with
LCK, they've got 2 items at 20 minutes. Or that's your goal, and you can do Baron if you get the 2 items. Like T1 might be able to do Baron right now, but they're not. Faker's got his 2 items, Guma's got his 2 items, Poppy's got his 2 items. Maybe they're waiting on Kennen to finish his one last item. Showmaker's on his 2 items.
Nice to get all that gold, but as you mentioned, that extra pressure from the bottom lane that's just been going.
Once all the 3 laners get these items, and I think it's mainly the laners, the jungler. That's a little debatable. But once they get their 2 items on all, I guess maybe the junglers included, but once you get your 2 items, then they'll go for Baron. We've talked about on my past streams where it looks like Faker won't even attempt the Baron until he has 2 items. So, but he's over that in this game, so they should be waiting on. Kennen just got his 2nd item, so they're brewing for a Baron fight right now, and all the ultimates, all the summoner spells are up.
Seeing Kellen going for the warmogs that we typically get from most supports, but also Lucid as well, going in that direction.
Yeah, do a little.
Part of the problem I've had on the stream is I've got all this information in my head and I know about this game, but how do I relay it to my viewers?
It's not going to be Kingen anymore, who actually goes to the top lane, but is backing. Maybe trying to set up here for the dragon that we do have in 20 seconds.
And you can see the control so in favor of D+ right now.
Now this is the tough game to get through. Once we get through game 1, we're gonna get. It's gonna go downhill because this is a fairly long game. So this is where I usually ask who shot first. So like I said, a team fight is brewing. And we're trying to figure out why are they doing this? Reasoning. So you've got Faker up top lane with a teleport up. His flash is down, and I think his teleport's down just by like a second or 2. T1 have a ward here. And the dragon's up, it says, in 11 seconds. Okay. Who shot first?
Deal with if you've lost control of the area, it's going to be difficult to get it.
So Kellen thinks he catches out Guma here. Now Guma has cleanse. So Kellen goes all in on Guma. Now, Carrier is right here, and there's no DK vision here at all. So I don't think DK know that Carrier is right here. So you've got 3 T1 members, and you got 2 DK members right here. You got Showmaker, I think, roaming to the mid right now. He's got ultimate, so he'll probably skate on up here. I don't know what this fight's really for. The dragon's up in 3 seconds, so. But the key in this fight is this flash might be important on Kingen that's down, so he's probably like one of the first targets you're going to try to take out if you're T1. Corky's ultimate is down. Again, I make jokes about that, or Jace, or Udyr's ult, so don't make fun of me, or Elise's ult. Where's Elise, by the way? Why is she not in play? And also, Kenyon is not on his 2 items yet, so he's the only person sitting on just the 1 item, or 1.5 items, when all the other laners and junglers. Well, no. Lucid is not on his 2 items yet. So Lucid and Kenyon. So they might try to target out Maokai and Renekton in this fight. Even though ultimately I think your number 1 priority is getting Misfortune out of this fight. The ultimate.
Get it back.
Little engage Braum action.
So Braum ults Poppy.
Kellen just trying to make.
There's Showmaker scooting on in, and then I'm sure Maokai is going to ult them. And so now, and see, I think Kingan's teleport is just not up yet. So Kingan is going to be a little bit behind. Zeus is teleporting in, and Faker is teleporting in. Now, I would hope this should be Faker here. This should be Faker. Faker's teleporting on one of these flower petals. Yep. And see, Renekton, I think his ultimate is just, or I mean, his teleport is just barely down. So that was a bad engage from DK. And they're probably going to lose the Dragon or Baron. DK burned their exhaust and flash on their support.
And what an unforced error from D+. There was no reason for Kellen to go for this, and now you've lost all bot lane.
And also T1 can take this right in front of DK, and there's nothing they can do about it on the Scuttle Crab vision.
There's no way they should fight this.
Well, they're gonna TP,
and then they should be able to go to Baron now.
Maybe he doesn't get it off, as yeah, the stun will come in.
T1 kind of messed up there and left Owner behind. Like that actually just might have been bad on T1 right here. They forgot about Owner. Like I would be mad if I was Owner. Not really, but personally, no, I wouldn't be mad in this situation. I'm just kidding. But I'm saying like I feel bad for Owner right here. Because Corki can just zoom over the wall. Zeus can just zoom away.
There's no way. There's no way they should fight this.
Well, they're gonna
Jhin probably prematurely leaves because you can get caught out so easily. So Guma leaves. And they probably should have hung back and waited for Poppy to get out of this wall or pit. So I feel bad for Owner in this situation. I thought that Owner was so tanky that he survived, but that might have cost T1 the Baron right here. Let's see what the analysts say. See if I know what I'm talking about or not. I mean, the way the world is, you put a label on something and almost everyone believes it. So you put the word caster on somebody and you believe everything they say over someone else that maybe watched the game for 11 or 12 years.
I feel there. You're going to die anyway. And then they try and set up on an Owner to pick him after the Dragon, but T1 hang around just to make sure they can extract their jungler. The movement speed for the Poppy doing a good job, and Faker able to Valkyrie out again.
Braum got taken down. Owner's getting his Ancient Golem. That may harm T1 on this Baron. I don't know.
I don't know who it was, but somebody made the call to go for that, and it just did not look very good. It's like your little brother comes in and knocks over your house of cards that you set up so nicely after 3 hours.
Kingan's got his flash, so he can overextend right here.
Definitely questionable. And T1 immediately trounce on that, and they get the value. They don't get massive value, but they do get the Drake, they get the exhaust, they get the bot.
Aiming's got his last whisper or what Lord's Dominic, so Aiming's on 3 items. Showmaker's just on 2. He's behind. Showmaker's a good bit behind on Talia. Again, like I said, supposedly the ADs have a lot more movement speed and HP. So the AP mid laners are struggling into the AD champions. Or it's very difficult right now till they nerf the movement speed. Apparently they need to nerf the movement speed on AD champions.
Owner is one of these champions who can very quickly get out of an MF ultimate.
And Talia does not deal with Poppy very well in terms of dealing damage, especially.
So Kingan's got his 2 items now.
Yeah, Horizon Focus instead of the Liandry's.
Faker's on 3.
Really no major
So now would be the
situation.
time.
It is
T1
an
should be setting up
underfed
for Baron right
Talia.
here.
Not gonna pose too much
Owner's
damage.
over here clearing out
Sandstorm
vision.
coming for D+.
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, it feels like
T1 are known
It's
for
like, hey,
their
let me
Baron
do
prep
this
or their
long
objective
range
prep.
block and give
They
everybody a
don't
little bit of
just
vision.
really go for it. They make sure they clear all the vision out, place deep wards. You saw Carrier put a really deep ward up here.
They need another threat that's not
One in
map.
that
I mean,
brush.
Kingan has done
And
so
it looks
much.
like he's
Look
going to
at this
recall and
team,
buy some more
over
wards.
the last couple of weeks, and they need someone else.
And you know, if this was aiming's Kai'Sa, I think I'd feel a lot more.
I think
confident
T1
in
could have
T1.
just like went
The
for
other
Baron
thing,
right there.
Everything he illustrated in draft was the Leona being able to shut down the ultimates. If that's still a potential thing, if Zeus is on a flank, the cleanse isn't going to allow you to freely ult. You know, it's not like Olaf ultimate where you can just pop it and then channel for free. He is going to come back up. His flash isn't up. Is up pretty soon. We'll be up obviously for that.
I
dragon.
didn't necessarily look, but so Carrier did go back and get another control ward. Unfortunately,
They did just
Faker can't carry one, and Guma can't carry one.
kind of unfortunate.
This ward here, you can see in T1's blue side jungle.
That's why I had a hard time in that
Just a little bit north
PvE
of
game last night. I couldn't get an item that allowed me a slot to get a control ward, where it was really more valuable to me to have a control ward than the items. I should have just not had one or sold one for a slot, but I didn't. I was rusty. I haven't played in a while.
Clear that out. You're going to have a Croc in,
Even though I was rewarded out of the thing and got the T1
at least for the
2023 world skin on Lee Sin and enough RP that I should be able to buy another skin. Think, let me know on social media. Who do you want to see? Jinx? Bard?
Hasn't really led to anything.
Oriana? Thinking the Oriana next. So aiming gets the blue buff, and the dragon's up in 20 seconds. So again, we got to look at T1 is only ahead by 1k. But not even that. Trying to see what's making up the gold difference here. Because, Poppy's got 6 takedowns. So he should have a lot of gold. Kennen and Renekton are even. It just seems like Faker is way ahead of Showmaker in this game. I just feel like T1 could straight up beat DK in a team fight right now. And also pay attention that I think this is a really important item, like maybe even second item in solo queue as opposed to pro play. The Zhonya's, but Zeus also has his Seeker's Arm Guard now. So Jin's got his Infinity Edge, so I feel like there's a bigger power spike on T1. Maybe they're scared of getting caught in the misfortune ult. Because you can get, I guess this is a pretty brilliant team comp from DK because you can get stuck in a wall and rooted and then misfortune ult. So, and the Renekton can get in your back line. Like I said, I think that the Renekton, while we're seeing it, is he's good into Corki. That he can, with the ultimate and the dashes, survive and stun Corki in any type of team fight.
Some good items. Infinity Edge comes in for Guma. That's a pretty big spike. And Faker's well past his 3 items.
Yeah.
And
why did Owner even build MR? Like, I don't know. Is it really even worth it to build?
So here comes Faker teleporting into this dragon.
There's a decent amount.
And Owner clearing out some vision. And I don't know why, but Kingan's not coming here yet.
Yeah.
So Kingan's got his teleport and his ultimate. Everybody has their cooldowns.
I'm gonna give you a shield as well.
Tank this.
Here comes Kingan teleporting behind the dragon pit. And so in this picture here, Showmaker's already ulted to wall off T1,
Saplings.
Sure, sure. Now we are just
dividing
right
them.
here for this one. Kingan is on the flank, and he is level 16. But the dodge from Lucid, he will not be denied from this pit.
Here comes the Misfortune ultimate.
It just comes down to a flip, and it goes to Jin. It
But Jin gets the dragon.
goes to Jin. How did he even get that? Did he just W it, or just ult it? Maybe, I guess. And now DK are like, well, we'd really love to fight. That's
So
a nice
Renekton
little
used
knockback.
his
Carry
ultimate
had
there.
been
There
now
wasn't really
Lucid
anything he
looking for
did.
that frontline carry, just has to go in.
Carry had to go in. He was a goner. He's trying to save time for T1.
Okay, well, he's actually just going to run up through the top jungle and get away. I don't know about Zeus, though.
This is
He's buying time.
a tree in a hard place.
They're trying to, like, threaten Baron. That's not going to happen with 3 people. Okay, well, here comes King.
So now's the time for DK to take the Baron, right? Because it's 4 versus 5. But now Kingan just gets melted. I think just, again, the Corki. Why the Corki? Well, one reason you just saw why, but the Q allows you to see in these side brushes, or any brush. His Q gives you vision every time.
And, yeah, Poppy's unkillable, so I don't know about this one.
You want to nerf Corki, nerf the vision that the Q gives, Riot.
Kellen in a rough spot, but aiming, running it at 3 people.
I don't really know why he needs vision on the Q.
Has to flash away and baits Kellen in as well. Aiming is just gonna die. As once again, T plus Kia dropped the ball. T1 immediately picked that one up. And Faker picks up 2 kills.
And D Plus just get rushed into the play. They lose the dragon on a flip. They have Zeus dead to right.
Hopefully they don't do that, because that would be unfair, because you've got a lot of other champions that get vision that are ADs.
The team trying
But, I mean, it's a cheap thing that gives you vision on side brushes. It's just smart. It's like Riot gets mad that people figure out their game, and then they don't like that people get good at their game. And I mean, you watch speedrunners that have been doing it. You know, speed running's not a new thing. People did it way back in the day with arcade games.
try and force something like, hey,
They get so good they can speed run through like Pac-Man way back in the day and Donkey Kong. So gamers are always going to be better, like figure out the game developers' stuff and be better than they are at their own game. That's why, like, I hope that the LEC, the Western world, gets onto Riot's game and we get better than them at their own game.
gonna die. We should make something happen. They get baited in.
Because that would be the ultimate, is a LEC team winning worlds
Value comes up huge, shutting down.
and like a set of G2 skins. I mean, you guys should just plead to the LP. You guys, if you're on G2, right? Like, here's my advice. Just be friends with the LPL teams and the LCK teams when they come over, like, except for maybe BLG, but like Top and T1 and Gen G, even though like it's probably scripted. Everybody thinks anyways that Gen G is going to win it, but they could easily choke. They're not a perfect team. They did really bad internationally. They may have a hard time when they come to Europe. You know, Lens might be like, oh, I like the party or something, you know, and Canyon, I don't like the food here. And Chovy, you know, the internet's not good here. I got to have 4 ping.
King in now. They are starting this Baron. Showmaker and Lucid are there to defend, but it's 4v2. And with Carrier there, I'm not sure Lucid's going to get anywhere near.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything
he just gets
DK can
stunned
do
away.
right here.
He does have flash, but yeah, there comes Carrier over the wall. There goes Owner as well. Just
Now, I think I remember Lucid gets this Baron.
them away, but no, he's not the pit. He went out of the pit. No way.
So this is going to put the game behind at least 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Free Baron. I will take that 100% of the time.
What a massive play there. The Baron was too low. T1, who we typically praise for their patience, for their control around Baron, completely fumble. And we'll see
There's
the play
nothing
here.
really
Rico
here that I
Lucid
didn't
then
discuss.
pops the ult. Owner starts to disengage. I guess
I think he just autoed it. Fourth shot.
I honestly don't know. Well, Carrier knows he's dead, he just backs up. But here, D+, like, everything's great, we're healthy, Zeus is 100% dead.
Oh boy.
But then they phase check in here, and the Poppy's such a good answer to the Renekton.
Kenyon gets
Slams the
stunned
Renekton
into the
first,
wall
and
again
Kellen
by Poppy.
not tanky enough to
If you're
withstand
playing
the
against
damage, and
Poppy,
Ames is
guys,
confident, but it's 2
don't
carries against
run into
one.
the wall or be around
If you don't win
walls,
that,
because
and
what's
it's
Poppy
well,
gonna do
well,
to you?
T1, that might be the
Stun you
game-winning
into a
play.
wall. So,
But Lucid,
like, when you're playing against Poppy, don't stand around walls. Baron pit walls, dragon walls.
right in the Baron.
Poppy is going to dash you into the wall and stun you and do a bunch of damage.
You see how stunned they were? Because no one expected him to pull that off. Fantastic.
So now Cannon's got his Zanya's Hourglass. And Kingan's on Warden's Mail. Maokai's on Warden's Mail. But 3 items, 3 items, 3 items, 3 items, 2 items. It's like really hard for a support to have 3 items by now. Aiming's on 4 items.
And now Baron in favor of D+. Gold is even.
I mean,
Engage Braum.
Yeah.
Zeus might be out of place and needs to be down here.
Still not working.
It's not working.
Trying to pitch it, but like stop trying to make Engage Braum work.
Yeah,
Trying to figure out what Zeus is doing here. What he gets a did he trade out for Sweeper's Lens there?
Braum. Lucid and now Baron in favor
No.
of D+. Gold is even. Engage Braum.
I don't know.
Still not working.
Maybe he could have teleported to the
Pitch it. Stop
turret.
trying to make Engage Braum work.
Yeah, they don't have that much great engage outside of
Dragons in a
Flash
minute
W,
46
which, as we
seconds.
know, is not good.
I know, I guess maybe
Really, he's
he
more
just
of a
realizes, well,
disengaged.
Baron's gone, so I need to be in the bottom lane at the dragon now. So I'm guessing that's why
If you
he
throw the
reversed
ult in,
lanes.
Owner blocks it, and Owner is so tanky, it's like, it's so whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, D+ definitely having some struggles with closing the distance on this one.
DK have a
Renekton
lot of
getting
good
pushed down
vision
heavily by,
here
Owner
around the
and
dragon
Poppy.
pit, but I'm sure that Carrier,
Not really finding much with this Baron. I think part of the difficulty is they'd already taken a lot of structures.
even Kennen has a
Behind
sweeper
again.
lens.
But
So
T1 still focused on this mid
there's
tier
3
one
sweeper
tower.
lenses on T1.
Dragon in a minute.
I'm sure they'll get in here and clear all this vision out.
Really want to take this down before we get to that point, but you can see D+ and
And I could be wrong.
forced to defend.
Yeah. Faker will respect that. And I mean, at the end of the day, I think everybody
Got the dragon in 50 seconds. Kingan's teleport is or flash is down. Lucid's flash is down. Showbaker's flash is down. His ultimate's about to come back up. Aiming's flash is down. Guma's flash is down. Faker's flash is down.
Maokai flashes
Carry is.
after that Baron.
Never mind.
Maybe more.
So, oh, I wanted to stop it there. The epic pin messes it up. So Owner is probably the guy to get to. Gets Lucid. Looked like he got him into the wall. Try to prevent the Maokai ultimate. Also, T1 is really pushing hard this Baron buff. So they're negating this Baron buff to where it's not shoving or anything. I mean, they were on the enemy. They were over the line shoving the wave. They were on enemy side shoving a Baron buff. So they were working hard to negate that buff.
Maybe more.
And now Lucid is just
The Jhin ultimate.
getting engaged on. He might just die. He's gonna twist it.
Lucid did a really amazing job there to miss that first bullet from Jhin using his W. Like Lucid's, like I said, this guy might have a higher ceiling than Canyon. He's Canyon's protege.
Kings after that Baron. Maybe more.
And now Lucid is just getting engaged on. He might just die.
So he has to W Poppy right here and then probably auto attack to use his passive. Stay alive.
Lucid advanced. He's still alive.
Braum helps keep him alive.
Gets his ult out, and they save Mr. President somehow, but Kellen and Lucid super low.
I guess he's got a HP. Oh no, he's got Warmogs. So that, look how fast Warmogs is regenning Lucid, because Maokai is super tanky, or has a lot of HP. Maybe not
I think the problem is though,
like armor.
D+ were actually fine if Kellen didn't die. He had Warmogs, he could have healed up.
Yeah.
But now
T1, that may be important there, where Carry got the Scryer's Bloom to look at any vision on the Dragon Pit.
You know, despite this being super close, Owen is so tanky here. Phase tanks so much damage, and Lucid narrowly surviving thanks to Kellen blocking. But this would be fine.
So it's not all on Lucid. Kellen did help save his life with the Braum ultimate, probably the shield as well. This game's really bad about like lying to the fans, or and I'm not saying like on purpose, but like young casters, and they just talk a lot, and then they say something, and then it's not even truthful, and then the fans listen to it and believe it, and then they post it everywhere on the internet, and it becomes reality.
They're already doing the dragon. They could just get this and get out.
Yeah, Lucid almost has his flash, but it's...
And I mean, the casters, most of them are young, so they're not really fully developed or mature yet to really have the responsibilities that they have. That's why, like, I don't understand why coaches are young. I would think that I would be the correct age to be a coach on League of Legends, because I'm 38. I don't have kids. I haven't been married yet. There's a lot of coaches I see that are much younger than me. Sorry, my itched really bad. Had earbuds in all day. So there's coaches much younger than me that have kids, and I'm like, how do you have enough maturity and wisdom to be a coach? And then to ice the cake even more, they're always on social media being like, well, the fans say this about me, so I'm a horrible coach, or this player here he's a good player. And it's like, how are you a coach? So to me, it's like it's rigged by Riot. But
A little bit too late. He is in the pit there. Okay.
So who did Poppy just ult?
Just get out.
Yeah, Lucid almost has his flash, but it's a little bit too late. He is in the pit there.
Okay, so Maokai gets ulted out, so I don't think there's anything they can do for the dragon. And again, I talk about the dragons, to me, are the most important objective, that you get 4 dragons, get the Baron buff, and you can close the game out in 25 minutes. So T1's going to get another dragon, and it's going to be a mountain dragon.
It's like, what?
And Kellen just single-handedly cost them the dragon.
Should help them maybe against...
Yeah.
I think that would really help them from the Misfortune ultimate, is what I was saying.
Yeah, this Poppy, we've talked all game about
Where's
how
his
tanky-
Warmogs? He doesn't want Warmogs?
He only
DK in
needs
here
Warmogs to
taking
help.
farm away, jungle
To
farm
be
from
fair, he did
T1.
lose a lot of health in the last fight, but
But
we go
we're
on
really
all
just
resistances here.
brewing
Goes
for the
4 mil next,
Baron, I
good
would
amount of
say.
damage, a lot of armor, but also cuts down
Well past the
Like,
window to
really
take a
good
Baron.
build now.
It's just more of when is it going to be up. So if you notice, teams have been working there not at the time it spawns, but about a minute and a half before it spawns. That's right, you got to get there ahead of time to prep the vision. Carrier should just have enough time to come back to the Baron pit. It's probably going to get 2 more control wards. And I would say DK, no, that's the time to go on T1 right here. So Carrier recalls to get more control wards. Maybe a premature recall that Carrier shouldn't have went back at quickly. But either way, DK lose. Showmaker's ultimate now. So that may be it, where it costs DK this Baron.
COG owner is his name from, well, he did leave the pit on the Baron, but I think he did everything else very well.
I can forgive him for that, but
Yeah.
but also Lucid with a clutch.
This is maybe a problem where Guma needs his cleanse up, and that's down.
Fakers had a decent game.
Yeah.
He did.
Poppy's ultimate is down.
He did right click Kellen when Kellen walked up. That was a really really strong, powerful play.
It was a very clutch right click.
Yeah.
I'll say that. Third Mountain Drake in the bag. Mountain Drake, or Mountain Soul points. And it denies it from DK, obviously.
Yeah, QSS picked up from aiming. And again, like the value of the cleanse against the T1 composition is huge, but these cleanses don't change. Don't make it so you're able to just free channel an ult.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think we'd see it ever, but even like an Edge of Night could actually be a value buy to stop the carrier ult to deny.
Yeah.
So Kingan's on his 3 items and a half. Maokai's on his 3 items. Showmaker's on his 4 items. Showmaker's had a really rough game. He's behind by 100 CS to Faker. He's not done anything. I mean, he's made plays and stuff, but I mean, he's just not looked like a Showmaker. And here, he looks more like a Faker in this game, and Showmaker looks more, or Faker looks more like a Showmaker in this game, and Showmaker looks like the Faker.
And you know what? I honestly feel a bit bad for King because he had such a fantastic lane. But then he's
Jin's on 4 items.
in the late game.
Yeah.
So Baron's live.
Yeah, not having the most fun.
One more dragon for the Dragon Soul.
Into the cannon either. I mean, he is still ahead.
I think at this point the dragon's more valuable, right? Because you don't want T1 getting the 4 dragons.
Looks to move, but there's a lot of good vision from T1. You can see in the bot side covering.
They're scanning around the Baron pit, and they're missing every single ward. There's 2 around the Baron.
Faker's on full items.
Oh, wait, they missed that!
Showmaker's down a whole item.
And I've seen this before.
So in a straight up team fight, I don't think DK can win this. They have to catch somebody out of place and make some picks.
No flash, no ult on Kellen. How will D+ engage now?
Yeah. It does feel pretty silly, but that's been what they've been relying on.
And it's the question of, is the 6-1 Poppy going to carry the game or not? Because you got a lot of gold invested on the Poppy. Maybe could be on Zeus.
They burst it down. T1 get away with the Baron.
Yeah, good coordination, and the timing is perfect because it's still a minute 15 till Dragon.
So again, this is a good match here.
That Dragon to spawn and try and threaten the Baron in return, but they get Baron. They can reset, they can push out, they can get control, and look to secure Soul. So huge for T1. Definitely in control now.
Now, I'm pretty sure the next games go much quicker. It's just this was kind of a long, drawn-out game. I get kind of bored after 25 minutes of these games. So I like about a 20-25 minute game. Not necessarily a stomp.
Yeah, I would say. We do have the finished Scimitar here from aiming. He is full builds.
So T1's shoving the waves, prepping for their 4th dragon to get the soul.
I think it's just difficult to keep.
Now, one thing is DK have the scuttle crab vision here, so that's, like I say in my past streams and VODs and stuff, that pretty much when you have the scuttle crab, you're claiming that objective that it's in front of. And there's maybe even some stats out there that show like the win percentage of the objective, like a dragon or the Baron, or I'd like to see stats. If not, here's maybe another thing to point out is if this ancient golem gets forgotten about or not, because players tend to get caught up on that. So Maokai gets caught out here. So T1 catch out Maokai, but that may not be a good idea because he's sitting on a random ones and a Warmogs. And Maokai's a tanky AP jungler. Back when in Season 4, people played him in top lane with a Rod of Ages, and he was super tanky and had AP damage, and he was OP. You couldn't beat him. The counter was either Rumble or AD Nidalee. So T1 invested all their stuff, I think, on burning down Maokai, and he's... Remember, we saw a play earlier where Lucid didn't die. Remember? Go back. One of the fight at the mid turret.
Our best Jins, maybe just our best Jin in the LCK. As
I thought I better make a slide. T1 forget how tanky Maokai is.
Lucy's just going to engage here on a pop.
Okay, so I'm a minute or an hour and 20. Let me. I think the game's over after this, but they literally just forgot how tanky Maokai was. Where
Kind of for Lucy.
earlier there was a fight.
Right past a word. Which was
Yeah.
Can't remember exactly, but there was a fight here. Remember?
T1's blue
I
side
keep
jungle,
saying remember.
just a
Where
little bit north of where
Lucid
T1
just
was.
made a
I feel like
ridiculous play and
T1
survived, but unfortunately I can't remember
until
own it. Gets it.
where it was. I'm sure they'll show
And as you said
replays.
before,
you mentioned that extra pressure.
I can't even remember how long ago he start talking like this all the time.
Yeah.
I thought it was later in the game than this.
They even beautiful setup, and now Herald is for sure going to be D pluses. They even TPing Showmaker into
I don't
defend
think
mid.
that was
And with
it.
how low that mid tower is, it's just going to go down with the Herald easy as anything.
Yeah, I mean, they might just be able to push in as a squad here. Owner's going to go for the helicopter and try to push them away, but a stun into the wall now, and Kellen, but they have to eat the MF bolt. There's now another stun comes in from Carrier.
It must have been much further in the game.
Track their jungler. The movement speed for the
And they don't clear that out.
I just know there was a play I talked about where I was like, whoa, how did Lucid survive that? And Braum,
But
it may have
T1
been
still
right
focused
here.
on this mid tier 1 tower. Dragon in a minute would be the third by the team. T1 really want to take this down before we get to that point, but you can see D plus in full force to defend.
Yeah, Faker will respect that.
And I was
at the
like,
end of
oh,
the day,
Braum
I think
saved
everybody on the side of
Lucid.
T1 also knows that, okay, unless we get flashed on by Maokai, who, by the way, they should know he doesn't have flash.
I think they're very aware he doesn't have.
They will know that he does not have that because he just maybe pulled back the game with it.
I probably imagine like 10 to 15 Maokai flash pings after that Baron. Maybe more.
And now Lucid is just getting engaged on
So, like, they just forgot how tanky Lucid was right here and survived. So that was 33 minutes into the game. So you can check the times. Maybe I need to make bigger pictures. I don't know. But like one of the things is you can go back and watch the play if you want. This is actually a little bit too big and could be bigger because I used to double these up, I think. So we were 121, 120.
And they had Baron. This feels like a game of volleyball. We're just booping the ball back and forth between the two teams.
Good catch though from D plus there. See, they were toying with the idea of Owner and decided against killing the Poppy. mostly because it wasn't really an option for them. But they find Faker, and now they can apply the pressure. Guma dodges the engaged Braum, but the turret is definitely going to go down. And D+, just when it started to feel like the game was slipping away,
Corky's gone.
They find their way back in. Now Showmaker threatening with a wall.
Yeah.
Baker's.
They'll throw it up, and that should... Okay, we're just going to stun the front line here. Carry on a bit of trouble, but the...
That Poppy ultimate gets Maokai out again, so...
And yeah, they get another pick. So now DK, they've got a little snowball rolling here in mid.
What's saving T1 here is this Baron.
Not carrying with the man advantage, just able to push in and take mid inhibitor.
And you can see Guma looking for an angle there. With the rapid fire cannon, he could have done a ton of damage to aiming, but doesn't.
So you gotta wait for the Baron buff to wear off. You got to
I know he's tanky, but he's got to be a bit careful.
wait another 4 minutes now
At this point in the
for
game, there's just so much damage that tanks even have to be careful.
I think at least Owner is very
the next dragon to spawn. So
they're so starved in gold, as is in pro play, how it always goes. So they are easy targets. We see the replay here, and Faker had to flash the sides and shove. You know, we saw Showmaker in the laning phase not flash when he needed to. A lot more impactful at this point when Faker doesn't, so ends up getting caught out. And this play, carry a Celestial opposition, and Aftershock and W feels tanky. Autos are going to
so they're T1's clearing their buffs out, getting the red buff. Should be prepping for. See, Baron's up in 2 minutes, and the Dragon's at 250. Now, you can't let T1 get this Dragon Soul.
Pretty much exactly even. Both teams have an even number of Drakes. Yes, T1 have more tankiness. But I really just think it's going to come down to one team fight, one big execution.
There's not really much on. I mean, you want to be shoving these waves. If you're DK, you never want to let waves go to waste. So, like, right here, Kingan's kind of letting a wave go to waste, but his flash is down, and his teleport's about to be back up. So he's smart. He's waiting. He should be down here, but he doesn't have a flash. So, you know, he knows about the line like I talk about.
So he's kind of cheating. He gets 2.
Yeah. No Ivern in this game. Finally, the locket was built, by the way.
Now, but the Baron buff's off as well. DK can shove these waves. They should have been able to close that game out if T1 didn't have the Baron buff.
There are top laners in this game?
Actually, no, yeah, I take that back. I don't think so. Yeah, no, I think it's 4v4. So Showmaker did, okay, he got him, he did like 500 damage.
He got the Rukin.
Another thing is this Guardian Angel might be really important. Kingan's on 4 items and one's a Guardian Angel. Zeus has Zanya's. So GA might be in this game here a good item for an owner or Guma. One thing that Guma's really made him successful the last season was when you had stopwatch. And now he doesn't have stopwatch on like that many champions. He's got to buy Seeker's Arm Guard on like a Kai'Sa. That's about it, I guess, for him.
Doesn't want to burn summoners there. He's like, I am not burning summoners to an engaged Braum. He refuses. Nearly dies for
So nothing T1 can do for this Baron. The GA, I think, is one big thing on the Renekton.
A little bit of extra AP and AD will just tank it, but they managed to disengage from the situation. And Guma a little bit overextended. He tries to auto for the movement speed.
Guma was
and then he's like, you know what?
ahead, so he got caught out.
One more tick, he's dead.
Calculated.
He should have been behind his tanks. And Guma's bad about that at times. But so is aiming.
Lucid's is as well. Kellen's is too. Everyone has sums apart from Kellen losing that flash. But those old timers is going to be critical when we're setting up for this. You can see D+ starting on
And
the
DK can't let T1 have this. So I guess let's look here. Zeus doesn't have teleport. Poppy's. This might be a key. Poppy doesn't have ultimate. Again, DK players, T1 players, they know when the ultimates will be back up. Now, you ask pros in NA, they probably don't know that. And probably a good bit in LEC.
We'll see how this one goes. We do have the Weaver's Wall up, and owner's going to be...
The Talia ult does a lot of work here, and then the Maokai ult to zone out T1 right here, keep them from coming in this Baron pit, or Dragon pit, because they would have got caught in the Maokai ult. So that should be the game right here for DK. So,
see that double shield on aiming.
got Mercurial, Scimitar, and GA on aiming. So I think the itemization was a little better on Misfortune as well. That the 500 CS. It's a lot of work to get 500 CS in 45 minutes. Showmaker was a good bit behind. That shows you can be behind. Lucid, very up and coming new star in the LCK. I watched him in Challenger last year and thought that he was really good. So it made sense to me when Canyon went to Gen G. I was kind of happy for DK and Gen G because it looks really hard to keep same teams together for a long time in League of Legends. T1 might be at the end of their ropes. I don't even know if the players on T1 want to go another season or not as a full roster or not, because it sounded like after they won World Cup, it was like, well, they got funding now that they can all stay together next year. If anything, I would think the players on T1 need like time. Like they don't even, if you want to see the T1 roster again next year, your best chances are that they probably don't go to Worlds and have that whole break off.
First one to go down, and owner also very low. Lucid nearly loses his life, looking for that top.
But they have Coma, so may make a difference. And the LCK is so tough this year, they can't afford to put like another player in to give some of these players times off, like a Faker. They don't have a replacement, can't afford to, because they'll lose games. So DK win game 1. Guma is trying to kite them all away. So there's game number 1. Now hopefully we don't spend another 5 hours, because it's already getting late.
Absolutely take it from here. And then I was like, no, DK absolutely take it from here. At the end of the day, D+ Kia did absolutely take.
Whoops. Sorry. Sorry, I hit my mic. So we're 3 hours into a 1 hour game. So I probably won't spend as much time in the next ones. But I'm going to take my break, and I guess I'll play the demo while I'm gone. So again, that's a band called Positive Influence. That is the band that I was in 15 years ago, 18 years ago. That was our first song we ever wrote, called Flu. So let's go ahead and get into game number 2 here. DK managed to win game number 1.
Tricky in that game 3, even if they take them down.
I'm not going to listen to their analysis in this game. It should have been, if there was a player of the game,
and I think we end up with 2 comps.
I would say it would be, I don't really pay attention to player of the game and all that, but it would go to Lucid, because he made a couple really insane Maokai plays. Right here's the play I was talking about.
don't know.
Oh no,
if
that
was
wasn't it.
actually the
It was the
worst.
ones where he
Good
survived and
when it
T1
comes to
forgot he had more
pick.
mogs.
And I think, like the rest of DK and how this
So
was
into
trying
game
to
number
work,
2,
they really
I'm
made a
starting to get
turnaround.
kind of
And
tired
they
here.
did
I still got 2 more games I got to get through.
As they're gonna ban Rumble first.
Tuned everyone into a time
So
limit.
okay, again, going into my system here. If you always need a system in life.
EMF, but I think it's getting tricky to
1,
ban aiming out,
2,
which I've always thought of him
3,
as a player with a more
4,
limited
5
play,
again.
like specifically things like the Kai'Sa, the Zeri, the Ezreal. But he's
Showmaker just won on a teleport Ignite LeBlanc, so that makes sense why T1's banning.
Yeah, he just looks
Let me
comfortable.
check one other thing here too. Make sure that didn't get turned down for no reason. I've got this volume button on my keyboard that I don't use and I forget about sometimes.
On a lot of things, and that's I think the point you were trying to make, right? And we'll see if any.
So again, this is what I want you all to think of, is these groupings.
That does mean that they have a chance to ban maybe a Corki instead of an Azir, but I would imagine that Faker just says, okay, I'll just play Azir then.
Like blue side, you only get 1, 2.
Yeah.
You only get 3 picks on blue side. Red side, you get 1, 2, 3, 4. You get 4 picks on red side, so you can pretty much counter everything. It may not be so good to get first pick. When I get first pick in solo queue, I just get countered by the team and have a really not fun game. I have to be smart about it in solo queue. So T1 take the Corki. Like I've said, I think the Renekton might be good, and to Corki is why they're taking Renekton. I know most people are tired of seeing Renekton top lane. Azir ban is kind of weird here because they allowed the Corki. And I guess Tristana fell off the face of the earth.
The only other question is, what are they going to pick alongside
So
of it?
I'm guessing the Renekton's good and the Corki is why they keep first picking.
There's a lot of discussion here on the side of Lucid, so maybe he says, okay, after all those bans that were targeted into the Vi, into me, I'm not going to play it, actually, which would be very interesting.
Yeah, maybe scared of the Vi into the Poppy, but I don't think so. I think definitely
So Vi is
Poppy into this. I think if you go the Vi open, it's because you're like,
Lucid's got 6 wins on Vi in this split.
so I expect that.
Shyvana I would like to see. I tried Shyvana out the other day. She seems pretty strong. She's fun. I miss seeing Shyvana. But they take the Callista Renata Glass, which is a very scary bottom lane. T1's been very successful with these 3 picks here.
And we said we weren't really happy with the mid-jungle duo picks from Lucid and Showmaker
And
this game. Maokai Talia did not inspire
I'm guessing the
the joy,
Tristana is
but
not
IR
good
is
into
something
Corki anymore,
many times,
or
recently BNK and FairX being very successful
I know
with
she
it.
has lower
Looks like that might
is
be
it
the angle.
armor.
I think
The 80s have like 30 armor, and or is it magic resist? Tristana has lower magic resist now.
And if I'm playing
But
Calista
I saw
with a TF and a Vi on the other team,
Showmaker recently be successful with the Twisted Fate AP mid, so he's
We'll see about how
been
that
bringing this back lately.
in a stun card during bailout. That's
Yeah, feels great.
yeah.
Cassante
So,
wins here. Now, as
DK
mentioned before,
banned
they could've
the
gone for Cannon, but they did not, so this is
Cassante
sort of
here.
a little bit of Zeus's main pool.
T1 banned the Caitlyn, which must be a counter into Callista. I guess we'll look it up. Callista. Again, I'm not going to spend as much time on these because it's already getting late for me. Don't even see Callista. But I'm showing you, eventually, I'll give you more slides for stuff. You know, give me time to slowly get faster at this.
I feel like we struggled to see the impact of the cannon last game into like Talia, into Maokai. But you're against a TF. It's so hard to get flanks against this pick. So easy from just.
And I'll also
you.
put these
So it
notes
could be
up
really
in
hard
the
for cannon this game as well. Might be a big reason why D plus are banning the
Twitch
Xante.
VOD once it's
As
done.
we
I'll put it
said,
in the
top picks,
description.
and they really aren't. They're like,
So
you know what? Pick the cannon
DK
again,
banned the
people will lane
Poppy
against
here,
you,
which
and in team fight, you won't get the value.
made a lot of plays
Those
in the
are
last
points that
game.
actually- that's the pick, I'm thinking if you're letting the Vi open, it's because you're taking Poppy.
I don't know if
And they won't get
Poppy's
that option
a
now.
counter to Vi.
Bang,
I would say so, because you
MS,
can't
but
Vi
Lucy is
alt.
open, Kai'Sa is open.
Misfortune gets banned.
I think aiming is fine in this
Worked
situation.
really well last
Yeah,
game
but
for
there was a lane matchup.
DK.
Two lane is going to be the bigger ask. Picking an AD carry that matches his team comp.
So we get Zeri.
I love how the DK fans are very into Shinx. Zeri, okay, jeez. Yeah, it's just gonna.
So Zeri must not be that great into Callista.
Be Zeri. All the DK fans are very in tune with what their players play, and they cheered when the Zeri came out. They did not
Skarner would be
cheer
funny.
when the Jinx was hovered.
Yeah, and you know, it's going to be a rough lane. I think this is the win con that T1 wanted, is strong lanes in the sides. And
Zeus looks a little nervous.
The problem is, it's a strong mid jungle from D+, you can spread that pressure there. Now they're trying to work out what to play in the top lane, toying with the idea of the Jax, but not going to lock it in yet. Looking for the Viego.
So
I think
Viego. I don't know what Viego is into Vi. Apparently Viego can kind of counter Vi's ultimate. Vi wins against Viego 44% of the time. So.
Ult to kind of buffer things like the Vi ult, the Chef
So I'm
ult.
trying to show you how pro teams
But
do this behind the scenes, or I don't know if they do it in the Western world. I know they do in the Eastern world. I don't even know if the Western teams are there yet.
Strike a longer cooldown, but I guess into
So what is Jax into Renekton? Jax wins against Renekton 77% of the time. I don't think there's really any other counters to look at.
a Zeri, into a
I doubt there's Corky Twisted Fate. But nobody's playing that solo queue. Corky wins against Twisted Fate 100% of the time. Says one game. Pick stats.
Renekton into a TF, but like something that can stop people auto-attacking would be nice.
Renekton priority, this does end up happening very often. He knew what he was playing into a long time ago, but now he sees the whole comp.
You can honestly just take Lulu here. Like, you have engage in your composition. Lulu's ult, the knockup is now a second. They buffed it a while. Like, you have engage in your composition. Lulu's ult, the knockup is now a second. They buffed it a while back from 0.75.
Ah, they switched him around, didn't they?
You know, if Vi goes in onto Guma, he gets knocked
No,
off,
I got it in
then
time.
you ult
Okay.
as well to chain the knockup.
Alright, so I'll probably not spend as much time on the analysis and stuff.
Side, and if that doesn't really
Just
get them
depends if
ahead,
you watch or not.
DK just kind of this is
Can't read Korean.
T1, it was a very
I do need my
mistake-heavy
team.
game one. They cannot make mistakes here or it will cost them heavily.
I'm starting to get
absolutely
kind of
dominant
tired.
lane from both sides here, jumping out of the rift for game number 2.
I gotta do this in my sleep. I've done so much analysis I can do it in my sleep. I did when I was working with GAM, I had to work 30 hours at times and not get sleep. It was unreal. And then people give you no credit that you don't know what you're talking about because it's VCS.
A fantastic
course, I've never like publicly said it or came out. I was kind of waiting for a while. I know most people would have went immediately and been like, I worked for blah, 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 blah. So Renekton has vision on, we fan him out and have man-to-man, like I call it. Got 2 vision wards. Let's say this is 30 seconds. So early vision. Making just some slides, kids.
Fantastic summer so far. They're 1 win ahead of T1 in series.
So this is a ward that I like that Carrier, I thought it was Guma put it, but Carrier put like, this is a pretty good ward here if you don't know where to put wards. Make some new slides. Allows you to play the bottom lane aggressively.
If they win this, they are then 2 series ahead. And really, I mean, they guarantee playoffs. Maybe not mathematically.
Zeri, never mind.
I mean, if you're knocking T.
So Kellen goes back and gets the sweeper lens. And Carry is going to keep his. It's a very aggressive bottom lane for T1, so that makes sense. Viego, I think he takes a while, right, till he does anything. You got to try to get level 6 as fast as you can.
Potentially move ahead of you, and they've already performed so well.
Yep.
And now they've got a lead here in this series as well.
And 3rd place gives you...
So Zeus has vision on Kingen.
The first round of playoffs. And obviously...
And so I think that DK realize that they can't win this bottom lane. So you see Kellen and Lulu are roaming top and lane swapping because the Kalista Renata Glass lane is really difficult to lane into. That Kalista's W allows her, or Renata's W allows Kalista more time to stack up the rend.
And getting the first round bye is
that may make a difference in a trade and the all-in. Also, I see Carrier has the sweeper lens. Also, let me say, I'm a huge fan of Carrier. I saw him playing in solo queue with Deft the summer. I think it was the summer, or like before he joined DRX. I saw him grow playing with Deft in solo queue. I used to watch a lot more player streams than I don't have time now.
To the double elimination stage of playoffs, and that gives a lot of security.
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting actually to see who
so
they do end up
so T1 don't see this.
choosing. You know, who ends up in 5th and 6th place.
Also, Carrot is running the ward, the rune that I like, the Ghost Poro or the Zombie ward, which gives you more vision with the sweeper lens because you get a free ward and you get 10 gold.
First place, and then
so smart.
Yep, take a look at it.
So Zeus gets what people call cheesed on here.
Say, it's a little lane swap.
And Counter-Strike saves his life. He loses his flash.
But that feels horrible though for
You
Zeus.
still feel awful.
Yep. And now it's that
So we've got a
situation
lane
where you have to
swap.
rush into, oh, we have to lane swap now. We don't have a choice. Kingen is just going to be a nuisance here.
Good warding spot on Kingen.
Smite's down, but
Oh yeah.
definitely.
See, this is what they were telling me on GAMP. You're really good at this, Sodaron, but you need to be doing it in English. Stuff doesn't translate very well. So then you have to word things very differently. That's a good spot to ward early if you're a top laner on red side, because you're going to see the enemy jungler, and then it allows you to have pressure, but you're going to see them taking their blue or whatever. A lot of players, to me, get lazy, and they just put the ward in a general spot that's near them.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely trying to at least chunk them down. I mean, Zeus already chunked a bit, and Owner maybe denied access to his.
So the next two games aren't very bad or long.
We do have Carrier moving in.
I think T1 flip a switch here.
Super good.
Carrier doing a lot of work, shoving Lucid out of his own jungle.
Like this spot lane where you know you're in a big disadvantage.
Faker gets his Faker ward here at the Raptors. So they'll know where Lucid is.
But something we saw when the lane
The
swap
vision
failed
looks
to,
much
especially
different in this
MSI
game from
before that,
T1 than the last
was that
game.
lane swaps felt so severe when you weren't ready for
Kingen
them.
just
And the
doesn't,
team
he
had
doesn't
no
know where to
plan
go
to
right
go
now
into
for
it. They
once.
great
So
plays
he's
in this T1
losing a lot of farm.
for a
And
lane swap to happen. Didn't do the homework to check for it. Zeus got baited, and now he's just stuck here getting no value. And yes, T1 are going to get more plates, but they were going to their plan was to hard stomp lane and get plates.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, though, anytime you're drafting...
Lucid is going to not get anything out of this. I don't think he's just going to get the Wolf Camp.
Really did not expect it at all.
And I feel like lane swaps still existing in some form. And
Yeah, we haven't
they're
seen lane
existing
swaps for a
at
while. I
high.
think we saw some
It's a
at
massive
World
thing how
Cup.
T1 want to play. You know, this is a team who love to
So
have
this
strong
is fun to
side
me.
lane matchups
Zeus is going to teleport
and
top, I
rely on
guess,
that
to save his
power.
life.
And
Or he's going to get ahead of
you can't
Renekton
really
right
do
here.
that when lane swaps are a thing. We see it's just going to be that early swap. You don't swap for too long because it's hard to match on plates with the increased
I don't...
defenses.
I guess basically the lane swap didn't work, so that's why DK go back to the bottom lane, but they, like, I think they're afraid of the all-in at the level 1 to level 2 power spike. Like, you're pretty much gonna lose
Well, they will be able to be walked in at least.
or get dove
Gonna punch
by
the air.
3 people.
But aiming did get chunked out a
I mean,
bit,
Kellen's
so,
still level 1,
You know, at the end of the day, this lane swap, it does...
so it really didn't do
what it meant
anything,
to early
but
on,
it
but now aiming,
keeps...
is a
Unless
little bit
Kellen
of a
gets
spot.
caught, I mean,
Kellen
they
has
could
been-
catch Kellen out right here and easily
It doesn't, you know, the lane
two-man
swap
take him
helps, it
down.
doesn't fix it, and also Carrier had demolish, so he's
Not a
able
big
to
fan of ranged
get free
supports,
plates off the
minus
trade,
Renekton
so
Glask.
you get a 2-for-1 trade.
Oh, Kellen trying to stop the back here. He will
I
be
really like
successful,
playing
but that's
Renata. I think
three
she's
different
like
flashes.
got Trendemir's ultimate on her W, basically, that you can give the teammates. And then I like the Shredder. She looks like her, or looks like him a bit.
Yeah, you know, they didn't get a plate top lane.
I think they made a masked
Okay,
champion
and,
just because of
T1
COVID.
have 3 buffs, so this hasn't really gone as well as maybe they'd hoped, or maybe like it looked it would initially when Zeus was caught out.
Yeah.
He's doing fine so far on the top lane.
I guess you can't say that on the internet, so I shouldn't say that.
To mitigate any advantages Kingen had.
Yeah, it looked very silly in the moment, but it was absolutely the right play to just teleport half a lane up just to make sure you get the XP and gold.
We saw Zeus at MSI die on the tower and then TP straight back to die again just because he was so set on getting the XP. And top laners, you know, I remember Impact saying it around MSI that sometimes you have to die.
So T1 do the dragon early. This is what I want to see teams do when they want to win. They take the...
away, you know, however much gold and a little bit of XP to the people who kill you.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
you die.
This is when you should start taking dragons. So this is one of those like 25-minute games where you get the 4 dragons and then you get the Baron and close it out.
You lose some, but it's better than losing everything, I suppose.
Zeus doesn't really need the Void Grubs.
You know, Zeus equal level with Kingen means he can kind of handle the matchup pretty okay. But Lucid is threatening. It's just taking the Grump away.
This, again, you are only allowed to overextend over this line when you have Flash or a teammate. So this allows Kingen to play aggressive because he has Lucid right here. Only when you have a teammate around you. I don't really like players making plays for takedowns, solo takedowns, unless they know for like 100% they can make it. Or I would rather them have a teammate around the corner just in case things don't go right.
Oh, you can see Ono was trying to threaten like a stun flash there, trying to force Lucid to flash. But
so that was also really good of Faker, what went on here to shove Lucid out of his jungle, so he can't do anything about the Void Grubs here. I think Lucid gets kind of out jungled right here. I mean, he's young, so Owner and T1 kind of put him in a spot where he doesn't know what to do, and so T1 get the dragon and Void Grubs.
disengage with the Q, but Grubs will be started, and bot lane still going badly.
Yeah, well... We do have TF in this game, as now the handshake is pretty good, but carrying a lot of trouble here as they're trying to...
Carries heal, flash, Guma's cleanse. I don't know. Okay, so Lucid. No. Showmaker comes down here. The TF ult play that you're going to get. There's nothing you can do about it.
Is Guma, but his first blood going over to Zeri here, aiming, will pick up a big chunk of gold.
That's a gold king for
Poor Showmaker doesn't get gold now that aiming's on the team.
And the timing perfect because Showmaker just hit 6. You could see that T1 didn't expect.
But you've got Corki that's got double the CS, and the gold went to the wrong player, basically.
Goes completely differently if the Calista has ultimate. I actually think they were just 2v3. Being honest, you can see at the end, Carrier even tried to...
I like when Showmaker makes plays. Like, he's got that smile, that devilish grin people say. Like, I got him. People forgot about the Twisted Fate ultimate mid lane.
I mean, at least it is TF. You can get gold in other ways, but we are taking a look here.
Faker should know all about it.
TF presses R.
Greeted for demolish, and you can see Carrier's like, I'm dead anyway.
Faker's probably telling Carrie and Guma, you were overextended, you were overextended. That was, there you go, like, that was a situation where Guma and Carrier were both overextended. And you can't be, because you have to assume, unless you know that Twisted Fate's ultimate is down, you have to assume that he's going to come down here anytime he gets a chance. Like, Showmaker is just waiting to hit that button.
Here at the play
Button. Let's see.
pushed up. TF presses R.
Greeted for Demolish. You can see Carrier's like, I'm dead anyway. I'm just gonna try and auto for the passive.
I wanted to see
so that
what
Guma can kill.
time that
I didn't have
was.
to bail out there, maybe on cooldown.
This is TF.
Oh well.
Yep, he's right. He is playing TF. Correct champion.
It was more like 7 minutes, but that's all right. So this is how you do professional analytical work, guys.
Get to play again.
I don't know how people that don't even watch the game know what they're talking about, because you see how long it takes to break games down.
TF, unless they're playing into Showmaker, pretty much in pro.
Yeah.
So I would assume that maybe they just.
What I mean is, kids out there, you don't even sit and watch the game all the way through. You literally just skip through it looking at parts and pieces, and so you're missing all these little details going on.
Kind of slipped their mind.
Kengan is able to overextend over here because of this ward. A little bit of a lazy ward by him. It should be more like down here. But he doesn't want to walk down through the river. It's too far for him to walk, and he doesn't have a mount or a teleport, right? Like, kids are getting so lazy that they don't want to walk in a video game.
Yeah, just a spare of the moment thing. But ultimately now the ult is there for Guma. And this tower
I think
is
Carry is
low.
trying to
The
bait
lane's up. I
the
don't think it's
DK
where
bottom
Gang
lane here.
mitigates, but
Guma
doesn't
was just
seem
bait.
safe.
That's a really cool play that Carry just made through the wall.
And well, the handshake comes in. He takes a little bit of a chunk.
And so Owner is level 6. Now he can go around and make plays with the Viego ult, which is a champion I really need to unlock and have.
In goes Kellen. There's the Dominus. No counter-strike right now for Zeus.
I don't think
Has his
Zeus
ult up,
is a
but
goner.
the flash here is King in, and he's not going to be able to. Zeus
So very good calculation there from Zeus.
advantage to the Croc.
I remember
And here's something odd. Another lane swap, because this T1 bottom lane with Guma and Renata, like, you don't want them to have these two champions. Because aiming's supposed to be like below Viper, Deft. But Deft's not playing too well. Like, he's one of the top 3-4 ADs. Maybe higher. He's had some crazy games. Now it's skewed, I think, because he gets more gold, and it could be distributed to Kingan and Showmaker more. Showmaker's taken a lot of playing more of a backseat role
spring when
this
Zeus
season.
was playing Aatrox all the time, and so was Kingen, and Zeus just looked so much better. And it felt rough that Kingen, he really felt underwhelming then. He's playing one of
So Lucid's over here too, which may allow aiming to play kind of aggressive over here. And you have Khaled roaming through here. Now Void Grubs are up in, what, 2 minutes?
his signature champs.
Next Dragon in a minute and 50 seconds.
But recently in this series,
I don't know if DK at this point can even do anything about the Dragon. I think that's why DK are focusing this top side here and the Void Grubs, because they can't do anything about Callista and Renata Glask. I mean, like, as a team fight, they could outnumber them, but I'm just saying as a lane.
Moving up to defend. Maybe you get a plate tops for D+, but after that you need to get out of dodge.
Yeah, we'll get the one. Zeus actually going to hop in, but he's not denying anything. Also, aiming gets the solo play gold, which is very nice.
And we get a little bit of a view of
Faker's just having a heyday here, and he's just sitting on Mercury treads.
Not having fun in this matchup. Corki notoriously strong in lane.
Actually, I bet Faker's like, I'm tired of doing this.
You know, they had a good lane, Faker into the Talia,
But if you're good at something, you shouldn't stop until you can't do it anymore.
Even without a gank, you know, we saw game 1, it was a gank from Ona that helped out Faker. This time he didn't come in. Showmaker threw the ignite.
I look up to
Still lost
Faker.
the game.
So, and I'm a good bit older than Faker, and there's not too many youth that I really look up to, because they don't set good examples, in my opinion. And Faker does set a good example.
And some movement speed.
Yeah.
And he is going for
Work hard and you'll be rewarded. So Showmaker, I think they're DK is heavily investing in this Void Grubs.
And everybody on the side of T1 very out of position here. They're trying to just focus down Guma. They're not quite able to. The bailout comes in. He is going to be res, but down he goes. The trade is good for DK. And now Owner, oh, the flash not going to be good, but he is able to get in range of actually ulting over the wall. Meanwhile, aiming, trying to punish Keria. That's not going to happen.
So that was
my bad on that one, but
Keria doesn't have his heal, doesn't have his flash. I'm sure they'll show a replay here in a minute. Zeus just teleported top lane, and Vi's getting the Void Grubs, but T1's getting the Dragon, and I still value the Dragons more than the Void Grubs. This is the window that I talk about, like T1. You get 4 Dragons within 20 minutes, which you can almost get 25 minutes, give or take. Then you get a Baron, you can close the game out in 25 minutes.
Infernal Drake. It is a Ocean Soul that we do have coming in here. As we'll take another look here at the committal on top side.
This is just such a beautiful setup.
I was trying to see who shot first. Now, Carry was overextended, and Viego was late, and then Faker wasn't there without... Faker didn't have teleport, so maybe a missed call on Faker here. And like I've said, I think Faker's very into his itemization, so Faker's sitting here like, I want my Trinity Force. I can't do anything until I have Trinity Force. So he didn't even move or try to move. Guma's just got his Blade of the Rune King. DK's doing a lot of good work to keep aiming up and farm with the Renata Glask and the Callista, or I mean with the Callista.
He's doing really well. You see that actually the biggest gap is in
So Dragon in 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
So Faker, even with how well he's doing,
Again, the way I look at the maps, or it looks like this to me.
Free gold, free money. And I feel like that's one of the things is that obviously when you're farming up a storm and
T1 own this much of the map already.
Still gonna have a bit more than usual and be able to get
And that's usually important of who's going to win or not. Towers are very important.
Well, he is Zeri, so it's gonna get out of there, but
And that's your objective. You're trying to take the towers down, not get takedowns. So Viego's on his Sunderer, Sky Sunderer, his first item. Guma and Owner on their first items. And the only other one on DK is Zeri, the Static Shiv and the Zerker Greaves. So the T1's a good bit of head of gold. 2K.
They feel a lot more comfortable to push up and contest this blue. No one's gonna just
T1 steal the blue buff away from DK. There's nothing they can really do about it.
And yeah, they get in, they take the blue. I mean, it's just a blue. They are gonna get it on a couple of
It's just a blue, but it's on Faker.
And now with that pressure,
Like I said, it's something you don't really see anymore that you used to see.
we kind of saw how much they struggle.
Those Void Grubs doing a lot of work as well. So it looks like this game here, like Lucid's really kind of been out of place and doesn't know where to go. He's probably not played into, he looks nervous. I mean, he's young. The owner, the veteran, should have some tricks up his sleeves that he can pull out. And Lucid just kind of looks like he's out of place at times from where he should be. And it's, I mean, I don't know what you expect from Lucid anyways. He's a rookie. It's going to take him a while. He's doing better than expectations now.
I think this is kind of the game, pace of the game you do want to be setting with T1's composition, but still, we said mistakes will be...
The problem, I guess, with the LCK is, so Twisted Fate's on his Rod of Ages, and Corky's still waiting on his Trinity Force. But the problem with the LCK is you got like half the teams have world champion players, and then there's the bottom that don't have young players or young players mixed with some rookies.
Yeah, just scouting Zeri, you just send her out, and then if there's anybody there, you get away scot-free, no problem.
And I think a lot of it has to do with stage experience on the big tournaments, and it's like I would like Riot to have tournaments where like a bro gets to go play LCS teams or LEC teams or LPL teams or DRX or Nongshim
But
Or
all
what's
in all,
another, like a
huge
Fox?
takeaway. That cleanse won't be up and
Like,
available for,
let's have a weird
final
tournament
round
where the bottom
Dragon.
LCK teams get
But
to
I actually
go
think the cleanse value is significantly
to
lower for aiming this game than the last one.
like a
You won't
pre-worlds
actually
or
have
something
to
and
cleanse. I guess
play.
the Renata ult is probably the big one. Where you kind of
I would love to see the
avoid
top
that
NA
not being able
teams,
to
but if
cleanse
you
because
got to
you're
do bottom
pushing.
NA teams,
But things like the handshake, the stun from Zeus.
I'd like to see him play the top LEC teams and LCS teams.
TK trying to set up here around this dragon. 15 seconds on it.
Lulu's got the
And they do
redemption,
have
but
vision.
doesn't have the support item yet, which is
Cryo at
kind
this
of
moment in
odd.
time. There's that one ward
Didn't
warrior
notice
by
that
Nick.
yet.
Is Lucid hasn't
So
fully
I don't,
upgraded his item.
unless that's the support item, but I don't see the wards, so
Destiny K comes out and is going to push them back. But
is that a support item?
straight from here, it doesn't look like DK are really putting up a big fight on that one.
Yeah, I think Lucid needs to
Like
finish fighting
DK's
before they really get into
down
the
some vision in this game, and that's where I guess the lane swap came
Nice for
in.
them, but it is an Ocean Soul.
So
Not
T1 get the
Ocean
dragon.
Soul. Not as bad as
Okay, that's a
Chemtech, but
support item.
I think if D Plus do end up having to let the Soul go, it's not the end of the world. We obviously saw last game losing the Mountain Soul was a big hit for T1. And now D Plus trying to enact that play on the top
So
side.
Renekton's getting
But
ahead
still
of
gonna
Jax
go
here,
by.
140
Renekton against
CS.
Jax, and they will just take a tower for it instead.
파란 팀의 포탑이
Viego's a good bit ahead of Vi, 130 CS to 109 CS. Corky's good bit ahead of Twisted Fate. Faker finally got his Trinity Force. Aiming's on his 2 items already, ready for Baron, but, you know, actually a little ahead. I don't know if that does any good or not.
Yeah, he just has a way, you know. He's so good
It's
at
maybe a
putting
game where
kills.
DK need to
I think
try
he's
to
only
get an
super
early
good. And the
Baron.
thing is, like, obviously sometimes D Plus leave it for him, but he just has that execution.
Jax is
mindset.
finally on
Wait,
his Trinity
1 second,
Force.
there's the kill.
Teleports are up. Showmaker's teleport is up. Kingan's teleport is up. So the Dragon in 3 minutes and 50 seconds, and the Baron in 2 minutes.
Like, you know, you get in solo queue who will like ping you back.
Which again, Faker seems like he won't take
In a nutshell,
the
You start moving towards his wave,
Baron
starts
until
moving
he
back.
has 2 items. So
That's my wave.
he demands
I don't know if he'll get the man in Moon A here in
No.
2 minutes or not.
T1 are getting a nice little push here. They did get the Rift Herald from
He's
earlier.
definitely not getting the
They
gold
need
right now.
Top tier 1, and that's it.
Yeah, not much value from the Rift Herald in the end. We've often seen that. I feel his teams commit pretty heavily getting the Herald and aren't able to get much from it. But I feel like with mid tier 1 already down, it's not a major issue. But just D Plus doing a good job of moving members there to defend.
So
Now,
T1's got to get this item completed for
Can get some damage on the tower, but
Guma, and they got to get this
I don't
item
think they'll
completed
take it
for
right now. Looks
Jax.
like they won't even go for that. D
This
Plus.
item completed for Corky. I don't think you'll see him go for Baron yet. This item for
That's exciting.
Viego.
And in fact, they got 2 blues. 1 for Owner, 1 for Zeus.
It might be something crazy where DK would try.
And
Early,
now we got Amy
because-
going up against Faker and
Okay,
Nick.
there's
I
the
was
Rage
wondering
Blade
about
on
the
Guma.
Side lane kind of setups from both teams, because I feel like you really don't want TF into Jax at any time, especially in Showmaker's position.
I think in fairness, Zeus
Jax is
probably
rotating down to this
Yeah.
bottom lane to answer
I will say one thing, they really
Kingan,
need
but
Faker to
Kingan's
get
gonna
to
recall, and I
his
guess,
mana immune and get a stack
get,
of
like,
his
maybe-
We've got about 2 minutes.
well, you're going on Black Cleaver here. So whoa, I gotta stop this. Stop the clock. There's a lot going
I will
on.
say one thing,
So T1's taking DK's jungle away here. They're working as a 3-man unit. 4-man, because Carry is over here.
his mana immune and get a stack for this dragon. And they've got a
By the way, my dog is doing way better. He needed some medicine for for some reason you go outside and it doesn't matter in my area where I live. Like it's like he goes anywhere near grass or something, he gets fleas or something. So he had that and itching and all this, and wouldn't let me bathe him all the time, and so got him some medicine at the vet the other day. He's doing way better now. So that was kind of the problem with my dog, is he was very miserable all the time, and I was trying to help him. He's sitting there relaxed now.
about 2 minutes.
So Kingen is teleporting in behind here to flank T1. He has flash up. This is the guy I think he wants while they're playing Renekton. Zeus is going to have to answer. Showmaker's up here. I'm going to need to ult. Now T1's ahead by a couple K gold, so the item difference may make, or the gold difference in items may make a difference here.
So, the flanking game.
Yeah, there's a
So wait. See, Lucid Vi.
Man immune and get a stack before this dragon.
Lucid's a young player, so he's probably going to make a premature Vi
About
ult.
2 minutes. Oh,
Aiming gets the is it the W or the W? So DK say T1 you can't have our Elder Lizard buff.
engage.
yeah, they're just sending it.
So Guma gets ulted. I'm sure that's the guy you want to ult. Or maybe Faker would be the guy you want to ult.
Right here on Aguma, who's in a lot of trouble and
There's the bailout, the Trendemir ultimate.
full health. He's able to get away
And Guma lives. He's also got this flower healer too that can heal him up.
down, actually. And now Guma super low, but it's actually Aiming who gets taken out.
And he's
The
healing
play
up
comes in from the
while
side of
stealing the
DK,
red buff.
and it's going to
Zeus. Go back. Three dragons. Guma. The bailout just turns this fight. And I'm sure that's not all of it. You got Corky firing everything off at Aiming. Aiming's got the most gold, so you want to shut him down. He does have Cleanse and Flash. Looks like Lulu's... I didn't get to see what Lulu ulted. Looks like... yeah. So Kellen had to ult Lucid to save him. So the Vi ult fails here. Kingen's ult is down. And then also Jax is down here by himself. So that's a 4 versus 5. So T1 4 versus 5. I would say you needed that Lulu ult for Aiming because he's the one with all the gold.
Lucid is full health. He's able to get away. He goes down, actually. And now Guma super low, but it's actually Aiming.
Then he flashes, but it's too late. So Kingen's gonna get mowed down. No, not. Yeah. Kingen's gonna get mowed down. Showmaker's gonna get mowed down. T1 can probably take the Baron right here.
He will not be left.
He's got flash.
It's not even worth it, Carrier. Just let him go. Let him go, guys. Let him go. Just get the blue buff and Baron.
Oh, wait, he can go through those turrets.
You can win the game quicker if you just let him go.
Turret shots. He can
I think honestly, the play might just be to give the kill over to. No, this is not a play.
They know he's there.
I don't know. Might have been able to just take the Baron. It's probably not worth the 300 gold.
And died, and Kerry would have been the only one with credit. But either way, tries to get away, doesn't make it, and Guma, the CC laid onto him. Kill. Time, but ultimately them going in for that play cost them heavily. But I think they were, they were in for a penny, in for a pound. No way to disengage from the situation after that, and they just went for the trade kill. But T1 with a 4,000 gold lead, they needed that early.
So the dragon's up in 30 seconds. I don't think
at about 21 minutes. And
they still need a second item on Jax, and Renekton still needs a second item. So it might not be able to take the Baron fast enough yet. I would think T1 could do it.
Get your Jax in a good spot. I mean, Zeus picked up a double kill, so he was behind, but I think eventually this Jax is going to be...
So Showmaker just gets his second item. He's a good bit behind. But I think, you also have the 3 dragons right here. So this is the final Dragon Soul. The game's pretty much over if T1 win this.
You see Carrier desperate to get that one up. It was so valuable in that last fight. And might just...
There's a lot of summoner spells and ultimates down. Renata's about to have her ult up. This may switch the fight right here. And this is where I'm talking about you need to know the timings exactly. Because he may be able to ult right at the end of this and flip this fight. No. Yeah, now Renata has ult.
Just absurd that in a situation with
that would have been a team fight over right there if Renata just had a couple more seconds left. So that was really smart timing on DK to get this dragon. And I would say they probably know that... I gotta make a slide, because this is stuff people overlook. So I could have probably worded that better, but again, my brains, and I can't sit here and do all the work for you. I don't get paid. Make sure my stream's still up. Make sure this is still going. Okay.
But it goes to Renekton. Kingen gonna pick that one up.
So T1 turn to the dragon. It's probably over. Or I mean the Baron. It's probably over.
Oh, the hostile takeover catches him. He's too late, and the pull comes back. T1 though will pick up the Baron.
They don't get their soul they wanted, but they'll get the Baron for Kellen.
Oh, let me take that back.
Valkyrie over the wall.
It would probably be over if T1 had the dragon soul here, but it's not gonna instantly end. Again, I think this is DK know that the Renata Glass Gold is down, because it would have been completely different if it wasn't.
It just went from 2084 to 0.
Just disappeared.
It looked like he altered it at the same time.
It's probably like double smite and rend and an auto from Renekton.
So again, notice how
it's like double smite and rend and an auto.
Wow, I can't type.
From Renekton, and that's what ended up getting it.
You know, I feel like it's one of those things. You should have faith. Kingen just had faith. He was like, I'm just
So
gonna
not
walk
really
over the
much
dragon.
going on. You gotta, if
Probably
you're
wishes to
DK, you gotta
disappear.
wait another 3 minutes and
he
30
knew.
seconds.
He knew.
100%.
T1 have
you
the
know?
Baron. They should be able to push the waves out. So I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
Caught in this part of the jungle, but Area will be smart about it.
Viego's on his 2 items now.
But that's fine.
Zay's still behind.
They necessarily want to fight unless it's really on their terms here. Up against the
Now Viego is in good position here behind the flank DK. The Renata Glass ult is down again. Kingan's flash is down. Showmaker's flash is down. You know, Guma's flash is down.
Baron as T1 are trying to push the top lane now. Owner a little bit behind the play, but now Kingen is going to be spotted by Owner, and Kingen is forced into the
Kingan doesn't
fight.
have flash and he's
Coming in.
overextended. Hmm.
From Faker, but Owner is all alone. The Wild comes in with the flash, and Owner's just dead. Meanwhile now, the Lulu ultimate comes in, saves Showmaker. As we're getting pretty down and dirty with this one, I think, as now 5v4 here for the side of DK. As the gold card will come in on a Faker, bit of damage into Lucid. He is punked out in an insane way. And now Showmaker
So Showmaker ults out of there.
just gonna ult away. Rest of the team trying to fight here. Amy's just gonna get dunked on by
I guess it doesn't
Jax.
matter that Viego's down.
And not even Redemption will help him. Looks like Kellen, similar spot. Should be going down
I like playing Jack's jungle. He was really strong here before this whole AP jungle thing, and he's probably really strong again.
But like, Zeus is hunting still. Can he find him?
I don't know, I like playing Jax.
Yes. The answer is yes. I'm not sure you have an answer to this one, Kellen. He's accepting his fate. Possess
Polymorph.
the respawn.
Looks like Curious caught out here. He may cost him his ultimate.
But he does have his team
Yeah.
coming on in with the TP. Lucid now.
But at least they get some ultimate out of that.
In the death chamber.
So
Yeah, just on the back of
T1 have the Baron buff.
Different angle on T1 are making some headway bot lane.
You know, I think that would probably be a good idea. T1 doesn't seem to care about the
Kingen gets caught out again.
and do it.
And so Showmaker's having to teleport in. Faker doesn't have his teleport. So he can't come help. Here comes Owner on 2 items. He might be able to, I'd say, help.
Here at the end of this one. As Guma is gonna get knocked up.
Guma.
And the bailout. The Rend gets the kill, but down will go the Callista anyway. As they're still pushing forward, it's an extra kill onto Kellen.
Faker's just getting to play by himself. It's what he wants to do all along, right?
0-4 right now for Zeus, and the game might just be over.
Yeah, it looks like the Jax nerfs didn't do anything to him. He has just been popping off after the laning phase in this one.
Jax is really strong in the jungle.
But he's found some momentum in this.
I can
think
probably get a really high win rate just playing Jax jungle.
Look, yeah, maybe take a mid inhibitor turret. You know, on the way out. Why not? You know,
Sure.
treat yourself.
So T1 get the turrets, break into the DK base,
You know, they had a lead.
and I guess they're going to recall. The dragon will be back up in 18 seconds, so I'm guessing they're going back to get mana. You know, you run out of mana is one reason you got to back, not just items.
Ult out really nice play from Lucid, and it gives them a lot of confidence to start things off, but Zeus just has a killer instinct for aiming in particular.
That was the guy you wanted to take down. You put all your gold on an AD.
Going left, go for
Unless
this.
you can protect him, he's gonna get taken down real quick by a Jax and a Viego.
Kellen
And a
is
Callista.
king of dirty there, I think is
Well,
the
not
way you
really.
could
A
say.
Callista
T1
does
is
like
player of the game from
high
Zeus.
damage, but it's not fast, right? It takes time to
And then we have
stack
the
up
fight,
Rend.
And Guma, you know, he goes in, he gets the kill, and yes, he dies.
So
Kinda
that's
shows
the
why
bailout.
Renata's been so threatening,
So
but,
good on Callista.
D Plus is not able to do enough. 10,000 gold down. Ocean Soul secured for T1, and they are pushing.
King just not here as well, and the damage from Faker is huge. Redemption utilized, but you've lost all 3 inhibitors, and it's going to be a very long
So
fight.
this is game number 2. I don't think there's anything DK are gonna do to come back. That was a really nice handshake from Carrier. Guma had GA, or Guma even had a GA at 28 minutes, which is a great third item.
Ocean Soul gonna heal them up as well. If it wasn't a 10k gold lead, that
So
would have been a sick
Renekton
play, but I don't think it's enough right
is
now.
down.
T1 just looking to end.
Baron's back up in 5 seconds, but I don't think T1 are gonna need this Baron.
From Kellen, but that's just about it. As now Guma flashing forward, they will play with their food, they say, and they will take game number 2 and tie things up.
So there's game number 2. Now the last game, I don't know if I'll go in as much analysis or not.
He's pretty good side in the counter pick
So
on that side, as this time they win for Callista Renata. and
got
it worked
one
out.
more game. Pretty sure it's a quick game. It's like T1 just flipped a switch. But also, you got Lucid that's not a veteran jungler yet. Like, he's doing really good. I mean, takes a game off a world champion, defending world champion. Game 3 draft. So I'm going to take my break, and I will be back. And hopefully get this stream over with so I can go to bed. So I'll be back.
looking for a place to call my own, to leave the old behind, and finally come back home. I need some time alone, looking for a place to call my own, to leave the old behind, and finally come back home. To finally come back home. hit disaster. Just give me one more try. Suffocation, everything I see is mine. I think we're gonna hit disaster. Just give me one more try. And the moon came out on that gloomy night. Her face was full of pleasure, his was full of delight. And the clock struck 12, she was out of sight. They still love each other, all they could do was fight. Suffocation, everything I see is mine. I think we're gonna hit disaster, just give me one more try. Suffocation, everything I see is mine. I think we're gonna hit disaster, just give me one more try. Suffocation, everything I see is mine. I think we're gonna hit disaster, just give me one more try. Suffocation, everything I see is mine. I think we're gonna hit disaster, just give me one more try. Looking for a place to call my own, to leave the old behind, and finally come back home. I need some time alone. Looking for a place to call my own, to leave the old behind, and finally come back home. To finally come back home. To finally come back home.
All right, welcome back to the next level with Sodaron. So here we are in game 3. It's like way past my bedtime. We've turned into a 5-hour stream, so let's get going.
Fights is always massive for me, but now we have the situation going into game 3. D+ got side select.
So
It's an even
first thing,
series.
DK are
One
on the
side
blue
is
side this
and
time,
the
and
blue
T1
side.
are on the red
We'll
side.
see what they're able to do on the back of this. You know,
3,
we know for a
4,
fact T1
5, and I
has
guess
the ban
DK
on
are scared of the Faker
What
Azir.
else, right? There's Ash,
Especially because he's
Rumble.
well known for
Thinking about
getting
Rumble, there's gonna
ADs
be
out
Rumble
of
upon
fights.
Ezreal.
So
Or
in
are they
aiming,
gonna
it
give one
seems
of
to
those
be
up
the
and
number
maybe
one
ban something
damage
else?
dealer
Maybe
on
ban something
DK, or
Ash.
this iteration of
Even though
DK,
it's not
so
a champion you typically
that makes
associate with this, I
sense.
feel like his play on immobile AD carries has improved substantially from what we've seen recently, at least. Whereas inside of D+, you could honestly really just target bans. I mean, the Callisto is a complete no-brainer. You could even ban the Corki. Like, Showmaker's been having a rough time in lane. Or you could just first pick the Corki. That's the
So
beauty of blue
one
side.
thing that's not fun about red side is the Rumble ban. That it's a permanent ban. You can't let somebody have Rumble with Ignite with the Void Rubs, or you just not have fun. I guess you could maybe lane swap.
I think banning the Corki makes sense. Showmaker, it hasn't been his forte to lean on those AD carries.
So this may put Faker on an AP
Little Blanc in this
champion.
situation. We'll see if they opt to do that.
I can't even, I have to look at my notes. I can't even remember what. I watched this last night.
Nope. They're just going to say, okay, aiming. If you want to play Ashe, go ahead.
Yep, gonna be locked in almost immediately. And we've seen Ashe really powerful.
So
with
Ashe.
like the Sejuani has been a strong duo with it. So maybe the T1 go the Renekton themselves here. I think Kingan's laning has been really solid on it so far. But it doesn't really feel like a Zeus move just to early lock the Renekton.
So Ari.
Owner looks very resigned.
Faker has a chance where he could play a $500 skin.
Yep, I think the Vi value
The
is
Vi.
massive.
And we see-
From Lucid, you are playing Vi into Ashe, which feels pretty good overall. And you could just pair it with Talia if you wanted to. You could just pick a top laner here. You could just pick an AD carry here. You know you're
Would
playing
like
into
to see
Ashe.
the
There's
Shyvana.
options available for
I
T1.
don't
really
think
have
you
to
would
show your
take
cards yet.
Vi and Shyvana because she seems like a jungle pick that's growing. Seen her on Milky Way over on FPX. So
Vi
Jhin.
not on the forefront of my
What is Jhin and Ashe? I apologize. I don't know how to block that out. What did it say? Jhin wins against Ashe 50-point-something% of the time.
Jhin? I mean,
So Jhin is a
okay,
little bit
Lewis
better.
did it. He wants to get matched
Vi
up.
is the counter to Sejuani, so that might not be good for DK. That's probably a bad pick. I would rather see Lucid on the Lee Sin.
Second phase, so they're gonna take it now, but very
Lucid
high
looks
prio.
very nervous right
And
now.
the Sejuani with the Ashe, I thought maybe they would take this away, but they didn't want to deal with Lucid's Vi, so they take the Vi away.
So
but
the
now
Vi
Sejuani
is well known as a
here.
counter to Sejuani. I've got
Renekton,
notes here,
King
but
is
I
for
haven't
free, pairs well
put them up.
with the Sejuani. We'll see if they
I guess maybe I could do that. So I'll just put my notes up so you all can see it better.
lean in that direction again.
Again, I would think that I have enough experience and knowledge to be able to coach on a LCS team or an LEC team.
limits the ability for Carrier to play an
So,
engage pick into that.
DK take away the Renata
Glass
Glask from Carrier, which the Callista's banned.
Years ago, that could work into it. We'll see.
I don't know what
Carrier
Renata
does.
is in the
Carrier,
Jin. Maybe we
bring
should
out-
look. Renata Jin wins against Renata, so Renata's really good in the Jin. Counters Jin. Ah. I had players when I would get complained at because I would take screenshots and they don't like this video down here. Now that's how picky kids are today. Like, who cares this video's down there? Like, they won't look at the picture because of that. There's no such thing as a perfect picture, kids.
Sorry.
I
Be appreciative of
But I think maybe we'll go for a
things
pick
that look
now.
perfect or beautiful to you.
They will go to Karma. Yeah,
So
Jin
Karma Jin.
Used to be a very powerful lane some years ago. Still is. And it's actually...
It's not what I wanted to look at. These ads are absolutely ridiculous. Maybe that's how I take care of this. I don't know. It's like I can't even... I know some people won't even look at this because they're like, oh, there's ads on there. I can't handle that. It's like, really? So Karma into Ashe. Karma wins against Ashe 39% of the time. What else was it? Karma into the Renata Glask. So that's very tough counters here that's going on from T1. So T1's bottom lane might have a tough time here. Now we've seen Guma's Jin do a lot for engages and
Maybe
disengages.
he wanted to play Bard. I think didn't the T1
That's
team
probably
release,
what
like, last
would
night?
allow Jin to, or would allow Karma to be successful.
You know, it just released.
I think
Is
God is good into Ashe, but this to me like
Jin
trade
ultimate
fine
for
as
engages or
Bard,
disengages in team
Ashe,
fights.
Renata, but as Jin Karma, you should just stomp this lane. And we've seen
So
T1
that's
really
one of the
try
main
use
reasons
T1
to play
stomp the
Jin.
lane. Renekton gonna ban
Your
him,
team
that is no
needs
surprise.
some type of engage or
I think we'll have to move
disengage.
on to a different pick and won't get that synergy
Trying to
with
see how
the
long this
said
game
one.
goes.
And
So the
Deepos,
Renekton's
could be
banned.
concerned about
I
things like
don't
Cannon,
know
like the
why.
Na'Vi
I
actions
guess,
they spring
you know,
out.
Renekton's always good into
Even the Talia ban could be pretty good.
like AP champions locking them down.
Pairing well with
Renekton
the
would be good into
Na'Vi,
Jin
not
and
looking for
Karma.
Ari either.
Yeah. I am
Jin
very
can't get
curious
away in the
about what
back
Baker's going
line.
to play, because it's been a lot of Corki, a lot of Azir. Tristana before that. There hasn't been that much variety in Faker's champion pool this season.
Yeah. Showmaker and Talia.
So Talia's banned.
Pretty interesting.
He's playing Ari, I guess?
Perhaps. But then again, maybe risky against it. He play this to great effect.
So we get Ari, and so like Faker could play an Ari skin. Most of the fans wish.
And you know, Karma can shield you all up. Jin can ult for the backline. You can understand how this comp wants to play, and D plus comp so far is very much we're gonna kite back and play Peel for our Ashe.
Oh, and DK banned Oriana.
You know, the TF could make sense.
Probably
lean
pull
to that
this
play
over a
style,
little bit
something
more.
they wanna bring out.
That's the
20%
edge
definitely
right
have
there.
value.
It's mid and top. There's that Gnar blind you were
So
saying.
we get a Gnar blind
They do
pick,
get it. And I feel like King and Gnar has been pretty strong.
which
so
you
far
might
this
get a
season,
lot of.
so
You might start
I'll be
diving
very happy to get that.
Would be
Gnar
crazy
here
to see
because of the
like
Vi
We've seen
early.
Sagasari so many times, some good ults to steal.
Look at his face. He might do it.
They've left this pick till the last minute.
Maokai mid. Oh!
Silas. So we haven't seen Silas for a long time.
And now Zeus is undoubtedly going to take a top laner who's going to bully the Gnar. We'll see what they opt to go for. Look at the chef we haven't seen for a while. The Yone would be sick, but I feel like it's probably going to be a ranged pick. Just to have a really stable, safe laning phase. It's been Zeus' hallmark recently.
I think it's
Play Draven.
oh, that's right.
Oh, this is sick actually.
It's
They go
Camille.
You know, Camille, no, we've talked about this being a good matchup for Camille, but it's been such a long time since it's been consistently picked, but the
Well, come on. Waiting for that little play thing to go away, because kids won't look at that if it's there. But oh well. So I may not do as much in-depth analysis on this in the beginning, because again, it's getting late.
look at the composition, right?
I want good content though, so
It's funny, Amy has present.
Give me all your gold
some people
protection.
just put out garbage and get a bunch of views or repeat things they hear somewhere else.
And that's the hope, you know.
I guess there's a Starbucks there.
Definitely expect some water work. Find their way up.
Well, that's a lot.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
So it's a classic Ari skin. I guess DK are so worried about their bottom lane that they invest all 5 down here. Try to get a T1 person that's out of place.
And
Which Guma usually is out of place many times in games.
What are we running into?
Be nice if we could see where... I don't know why they do the vision like that, so you can't see where the other team is.
Players are, you know.
Yeah.
We don't get that
So-
observer vision. That's safety.
T1 get their early ward.
You gotta live in the eyes of the players.
Yeah, I think
So T1 have 2 trinket wards early, and Renata Glass does it at DK whiff because they don't find any ward. They went up a little bit further, they would have. They just like missed Carrie's ward there. They expected it to be a further down,
some of our viewers need that reminder.
like 1 brush down.
Because sometimes when you have the full vision, some players can look very silly
Oh, it's
doing things without vision. But you gotta
Or I
realize,
guess maybe he
like
waited.
League of Legends, there's fog of war.
Yeah, I feel like there's scenarios where it's like
But at that point, I think then, and Carrie goes back and gets the sweeper lens. But at that point, it's like, I'm guessing, okay, this is Faker's ward, and owner get this ward. So. And this is where I usually blow up the mini map. Make it big, but
doors looming.
because
and see
you
someone coming from the
put
fog
this
of
up
war.
on a big TV and
It's like
show
they're
all
obvious
your
on the
team,
share, but also it's so different
when
when
you're
you play from
scouting,
your own
or
perspective
not
and
scouting, but
having to deal
well,
with
I guess
you know,
prepping,
if
you would
Camille
say.
flies out of a brush
Scouting other
and you have
teams.
0.2 seconds to react.
analyzing other teams. So aiming gets his vision in the jungle, T1's jungle. So they should see Owner come out of there sometime after he gets his blue buff. So that's a good ward that aiming gets. Risky.
So when I slow this down to
Again, it probably another reason. Yeah, that is a good warding spot. Like, let's see, that costs DK having Showmaker here to get this early ward, and Renata had to have Sweeper. So I don't. Now I always like to highlight the time too, because you have to learn the timings of things. So that DK heavily invests for that ward. It's gonna be time to watch the LCK, but when I get done with this, I might as well stay up now. So Faker's running what I like. Oh, sorry. I'm goes. Like basically you don't need a, you can run sweeper lens, which Faker's going to run sweeper lens, Silas is going to run sweeper lens, and you can roam and gank top or mid or bottom lane. And so what am I doing? What am I doing?
it looks so
Okay.
easy to
With
flush.
vision.
Well, let's get this going because I gotta go to bed soon.
Just a reminder every once in a while. I think Jenna Strong is, and our entire
T1 to get a ward over here, and
we had Kisan on the
I guess
space with
that's.
us last week.
Oh,
Shout
see,
out
I
to
think
T1.
Camille actually went down here and
They
put
do
a good
fantastic
ward.
job. They're pretty much
So-
perfect. And well, there's a lot of tension down here on the bottom side. Looks like
Probably have to take my dog outside. I gotta take the dog out. I'll be right back. Okay, JD. I guess he's okay. So it's trying to say this is a really good.
Observing team.
Why do you do that to me?
We had Kisan
I don't.
on the space
I don't understand why this taskbar does this sometimes. There.
with us last week. Shout out to him as well.
Trying to find this ward spot.
Replay it. Flies out of as he playing, having your own perspective and having to deal with things. You know, if a Camille just flies out of a brush,
Yeah.
and you have zero.
Like I want Broken Blade
Why didn't he flash it? God.
getting this ward location like this.
And replay it and watch the play. It looks so easy to
With
flash.
vision.
With
yeah.
vision. Yeah.
Just the reminder every once in a while. I think Jenna Strong is. And our.
Okay, the dog's okay. I thought I was gonna have to go outside, but he's okay for now. Again, he's.
Entire observing team, by the way. We had Kisan on the space with us last week. Shout out to him as well.
So, the bottom lane in T1 have this ward here.
They do a fantastic job.
They put all these stats and stuff up so you can't see, but okay, so that has to be Guma's ward,
They're pretty much.
right? Because Carrier got the sweeper.
And
Well, Carrier also has the Ghost Poro. Oh no, he doesn't. I take that back. Kellen does. Carrier doesn't.
Karma.
Yeah, it's so difficult playing.
T1's gonna lack some vision, even though Jin might add some vision with his root or his flower or whatever it's called. Rosebud. So Carrier's heal is down. Kellen's heal is down. They're trying to go for this level 2 power spike. Whoever gets level, whatever bottom duo gets level 2 first can all in the level 1 duo they're playing against, and then most of the time win.
And aiming, he's just gonna barrier nothing.
But this costs Guma his flash. And that cost aiming his barrier. Now this might be a game where aiming's gonna wish he had cleanse, because you can get Faker ulted, Vi ulted, Camille stunned, Jin rooted, and Karma tethered. So you'd probably want cleanse on this game.
Thought maybe he would be rooted up there.
Zoning barrier.
Zoning barrier.
I mean, I get why the barrier for the laning phase. You maybe need barrier for the poke you're going to get from Karma and the grenades from Jin. I understand that. Both the junglers are just hanging around the mid lane here. Faker is very overextended. Again, they do this to bring pressure. Like, he's just asking for a gank. Like, gank me. But this allows pressure elsewhere. You know, Zeus is over here, way overextended. That ward is gone, by the way. And so he's asking to get ganked. And then DK's bottom lane is just asking to get ganked. So he's going to go down here, I'm sure. But Lucid now is like, well, I don't know to go here or here. And he's still young. Or still a rookie.
Yeah, it's just such an important lane to hit level 2 in. And we do have Owner moving in. Lucid should be on vision here, so Owner's going to...
And Owner is a counter to Sejuani, so he can just go in here at the same level and everything and probably take out Lucid.
Spot for him, as another hit is going to come in, and thankfully he's
And so this is going to put
to deny us from any fun.
DK behind now, put Lucid behind.
D+'s bot lane have cryo,
Especially young players, they highly value those buffs. They think that they can't jungle without those buffs.
Lucid just has to dip. And his bot lane really don't want to give up the pressure right now.
And I don't know the XP difference and stuff, but back in the day, the buff camps used to give way more experience. So I used to win a lot of games where I would just go take double buffs in the beginning of the game, or get like all 3 buffs, usually, sometimes 4. I think usually it was 3. It's almost impossible to get 4 of them. And snowball the game, just completely shut the other jungler out, and they would just AFK or leave the game.
And Owner's just going to say no. You will not get the Scuttle Crab. You are level 3. You do not pass.
So I again want teams taking the dragons at 5 minutes. So it looks like T1 are going to be able to claim this dragon because they're getting the Scuttle Crab. There's nothing Lucid could do. He lost his red buff. He's probably very frustrated. T1 get the Scryer's Bloom here as well. And I don't know, like Showmaker might be having a really hard time where he's wanting Lucid to come mid. But I'm guessing he has to get, Lucid has to get the Scuttle Crab here for the Void Grubs. And I can't see an accelerated Gnar with the Void Grubs being that amazing. It's like, pretty sure Camille counters Gnar pretty hard.
See, Showmaker did go for it here, so he is going to be
at least when he's in small form, right? Like that's, now this was smart what Lucid's doing. That's what you need to be doing, because he's relieving pressure for Kingen, or allowing Kingen to
I think those are his hands. I see a very
I talk about it in my stream, my jungle stuff. You want to try to take the enemy camps when possible. You need vision and things to go into the enemy jungle, or you need to be like Lucid is allowed to be up here because his teammates right near him. He's basically just playing human ward for Gnar. Now the only thing is now he went back. I mean, he's got a ward here and a ward here. But this... Okay, so Owner's gonna know that Lucid just showed up. Time to get Dragon.
Yeah, and we just saw a little how the matchup between Gnar and Camille has gone both ways, and a lot, you know.
Faker's ahead of Silas. Top lane match is fairly even. Even though Camille has a Sheen now, might make some plays here. Like get the Dragon.
It was a fun time. We saw a lot of Camille, and
I think DK need to go and get the Dragon here. If I'm playing solo queue, I'm wanting to get the Dragon at 5 minutes, 6 minutes. I expect, you know, pro teams should have coordination and be able to take objectives off the map much easier than solo queue, right?
T1 bot lane not doing as well in this matchup. I think the early trading, the loss of summoners kind of hindering them. Oh, nice interrupt there from Lucid.
Yeah, Lucid's up a level, so you can see he's definitely feeling pretty comfortable, especially because of his bot lane situation, but it actually does get pushed into them. Also, his mid lane is kind of not great here. Showmaker, yes, he does pick up the Silas, but this lane phase is rough.
T1 starting up the Dragon. There's nothing, I think that... Let's see, Showmaker used his ult already. Faker's ult, or Faker's teleport is down. Showmaker and Faker have level 6. Camille can come down here. Kingen can come down here. I don't really think there's anything to show. Great route here from Jhin to stop DK. Slow them down. Except Sejuani, she doesn't get slowed.
Even though he's coming over, I think they feel confident confident they can get this.
So there's 4 men here, and Showmaker's behind a little
Who's
bit.
gonna get into the
So I don't. Did Showmaker just steal Vi's ult? Or did. No. We've only got 2 level 6s here.
as now the engage comes.
Now notice how Faker. His positioning
But I
here.
feel confident they can get this and disengage.
Where.
Get into the pit
Okay, he flashed.
as now
Faker had to flash. I was gonna say he. Notice how he's staying away from the fight, right? The positioning, so he doesn't get caught.
the engage
You have to do that if you want to actually get damage out, maximum damage. You can't just go in.
comes in
You gotta let your tanks tank up some damage.
as that frontline owner very low, and he will eventually go down as they have to go super deep for this one. Showmaker though, so tanky. He will live.
So DK get this dragon.
Flashes away, and DK get the Drake as well, but the chase is on. Guma looking for more. Kellen in a lot of trouble. He's just going to sacrifice himself.
The Karma, I guess I can see how it's good with Jin because it speeds him up.
And they just dove straight in on it.
Or like it used to be a thing, Lulu and Jin to speed him up. The only problem with Jin is he's really slow. His movement speed. I don't think he has the 450 movement speed or whatever. So T1 have to go for the Void Grubs because they lose the dragon.
Well, lose.
What is Jin's movement speed? Like this is the problem too. You can't even find these stats and stuff. So 330 movement speed. So he has the same movement speed as AP champions. You alright, bud?
Lucid's here, by the way. He's level 6 Sejuani. He's going to take a big burst, actually. As man, if that was like a Mantra Q, maybe we're getting close. I think Lucid was probably fine anyway.
Yeah, I think
So,
okay. I do think we
DK
did,
can't really do anything here about
That
the
was
Void
point
Grubs.
blank. I do not know how that missed. Good job by Guma, I guess, to sidestep that one.
Yeah, I think Guma boots of swiftness, and he also got the fleet footwork proc.
Guma's just asking to get ganked here. He's out of
I
mana.
think a lot of players that had to ban flash there. I don't even think it was a bad attempt from aiming. Just, I guess Guma is that.
Carry has got his cooldown boots.
That is the
Owner's
power.
over here doing what you need to do, taking farm away from
Very
Lucid.
fast.
Looks like Lucid.
Before.
Looks like DK's setting up a play here mid. I don't know what Kellen's doing specifically. I guess just waiting on aiming to get back to lane. So Owner gets the blue from Lucid. Younger players really start to get frustrated when they lose their buffs.
Oh wow.
I know that from a fact.
My blue, nothing went wrong, and we're like,
Yeah.
Or know that for a
Really
fact.
respectable and is a great jungler and never messes anything up.
I know, and it's like, hee hee. Oopsie daisy. It's fine. He got it. He got out.
Pretty sure Camille
The
counters
most-
most of the
I get that
champions
word
on
from Camille
DK
with the
pretty
TPs,
hard.
But D-Plus just immediately sweep it out. Like, nah, none of that.
Yeah.
Like except for the Sejuani, like she can lock down the Ashe, the Renata,
Huge damage.
the Gnar in mini form.
So
Yeah.
some plates.
This is a viewpoint play, and the thing is, Showmaker's low on health, but it's a Silas, and he's not that low. He finds his angle, follows up with Lucid, and with the Ariel as well, the chain CC is just so hard to deal with. And then the disengage there. I think Showmaker might.
Somebody probably had bailout there as well from Renata.
Really unfortunate.
Yeah, he's reloading here.
Kellen finds
Oh,
his form,
nope,
I'll
he
clear the control
used
ward,
it.
That's what I'll do.
I figured he would have used it on Showmaker.
His inner support, just like I have to do it.
Yep. Well, we're trading plates here. Meanwhile,
So here's Zeus
he's like,
mid.
no, there's no point for me to be bought. Here comes an arrow. That is gonna hit Faker.
I don't know why. T1's bottom lane went top. They did some type of lane rotation here.
I'll clear the control wall. That's what I'll do.
Yep. No,
The Camille was struggling into the Gnar.
we're trading plates here. Meanwhile, Zeus is mid. He's like, no, there's no point for me to be bot. Here comes an arrow. That is going to hit Faker
Ashe ult hits.
here in mid, who is in a lot of trouble. Oh, he threads the needle, but Faker, he gets somebody.
So aiming tries to make a play, but the problem is he's too far away to come up and finish the play.
They turn it around. It's a 3v2, and that's a couple of kills for T1. You see Lucid very unhappy. Owner
Now
is,
Owner takes so much damage here. I don't know how he gets away.
how did King not kill him?
Such a frustrating play for D+ there. That looked like, by all accounts, that was a winning play. Everything landed. Everything. And
So
then
that
they
was a
ended
really
up
nice
losing out T1.
play or gank that
Murder
Camille
and
helps
Faker come in
mid lane
clutch
here.
there. I feel like it's hard to fault D+. Like, I think this was a good play, but just T1 played it better.
But what
They
was
come
the
down on a Faker? They commit heavily. The fact that this stun
What was
lands
the-
beautiful from
I was gonna say the
Showmaker.
Ashe
But
needed
the
to be there to
charge
follow
on
up
Matrix
is what I'm
stops
trying to say.
Showmaker from pressing ult. They kill off Lucid, and then Kellen gets him under the tower.
Kingan's late.
The charm again. Man.
And then the
Faker,
two
humongous value
Bottom
there.
laners are spread out,
Hey,
bottom
funny
and top
face
lane
sitting
farming.
on- he had only Malignance and a Doran's ring. And he's like, no, I'm just rushing this item.
I don't know why Owner backed off that Gromp to
He
get
doesn't
the
get it now. He's got a Dark Seal.
last hits on
Yeah,
those,
just
but
insane value.
Yeah. I mean,
you
that's
never
the
want
thing.
to
You have
waste
great
CS or
setup with
farm
a,
though.
Camille and a Vi when it comes to the Ari. We talked about how strong that's going to be. But if you can
So
just
the next
find
dragon's
Vi
up in
top of
30
the
seconds.
road,
I
then
would say
you're gonna
the teams are
carry the
prepping
game.
for
That's
this.
how it works.
Faker's got teleport or should have teleport. And this may hurt DK because Showmaker's in the top lane without teleport. And they're going to need him for the dragon fight down here.
Cleanse, and he will utilize it to get away. Little Root comes in, Lucid in the vicinity. Now, the curtains will be called, and they will push DK all the way back to their turret. As trying to throw an ult here is Lucid, not going to hit anyone. And DK will be funneled underneath their turret.
Yeah, bit of a scrappy play there. T1 trying to find an angle. You see with the ult from Jin opening up, they get a pretty big advantage.
So
They
Owner's
look
just
to play
taking
there
the
as
dragon
well.
and there's
Plus,
no
back to
resistance
the
from
tower.
DK
They're
here.
gonna start up the dragon. Vi pretty fast at taking this down. Hope doesn't connect there from Carry. Carry actually low on mana.
There's a lot of
Maybe
ults down on DK for
comes
one.
across the-
Ooh,
So
that
DK
was
lose
shot.
the dragon.
Kellen is really playing with fire. Has to throw out the heal earlier, so he didn't have it.
Bottom lane matchup is pretty even.
Oh, he tries to go. He was gonna go for
Nar's a
Heartbreak
good
with
bit
Wang, where it
in
goes
CS
behind
ahead
him.
of Camille.
That's a cute attempt.
Faker's getting ahead of Silas, and he's literally dancing around in the top lane.
I feel like
Board.
who both sides really would want to take out.
Faker's probably been practicing Ari a lot because he's got his skin out right now, so
Really aggressive
probably trying to be in
dives
top
to take
form
out
on
the
Ari.
targets, and the Infernal Soul going to make that a lot more explosive.
That it does.
Also,
And
Faker
we
gets
got
some
Vox's favorite minigame, the Cinders.
Oh, I love this man.
We'll see who gets the most Cinders.
good wardings
I feel like
from
Kellen's
Faker
kind of
there.
underrated, especially champions like Silas or Ari, even like a Karma as well. If you have like an undying game on Karma, and you get like
So
some
DK
Cinders,
take
ability
the
to
Void
be so
Grubs.
broken with
Yeah.
that champion. I feel like it's one
I
of those
don't
things
think...
where it's
oh,
fun
T1's
in
going to
the
come
middle,
try.
the actual impact is massive.
Yeah, it is huge. I mean, as long as you can hold on to them, especially as.
And I don't know what Goomba just did, but he stole one of the Void Grubs.
For T1, just like that. No committal, just long range.
Just trust in the
Oh, with the
steals,
W.
apparently.
Yeah, I
You know, we've
forgot.
seen some steals
Jin
today.
has
The
that really
Renekton
long
throwing in
range
steals
W.
with Auto was a pretty wild one.
The Maokai.
That was
Which is
last-
probably a
Twisted
little bit
advance
too
past the
long.
Poppy.
Like
That
it
was a pretty
could
good one, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a day of steals.
maybe be
Definitely
nerfed.
this
I don't know.
T1 D+ series delivered there.
I'm not on the
I'd say
balance
I've had
team.
A really good read this game on, okay, we're not contesting on that side of the map. I'm just going to kill towers with my buddies.
Honestly, sounds pretty fun. I mean, anything you're doing with your buddies, generally a fun time.
Jin just like magically shows up by Worlds every year and becomes one of the top ADs, and then it's like people forget about him. But he's like not. I don't think he's as strong in solo queue because he doesn't have a dash to get away. You gotta have a team to engage and disengage with the ult.
In the front line there is Ash, not great, but now we got an R into the wall, and another handshake, and this time it's a root onto Sejuani. That's a double kill.
So there's probably stuff I could pick out, but
That's a third one for the side of T1.
they'll replay this.
Zeus still looking for more though. The root doesn't connect this time, and Zeus doing a lot of work with his Camille. But
Another thing about the Camille is she tears towers down so fast with her Q, and then he probably has the turret. I could go back and look at the ward or the runes, but he probably has the turret rune. I thought I made a page. Yeah, demolish. So like you really tear down turrets fast with Camille.
And we'll see Faker, he goes to the ult and watch all the D+. They're waiting, they're like, okay, what's he gonna do? And as soon as he goes in,
So I don't know what DK are trying to make a really aggressive play, I guess. Carries out of vision, hanging out the jungle entrance. So you got a 4 versus 2. I guess Kellen's gonna go in and ult. His heel's down.
and watch all the D+.
No, he
They're
didn't ult.
waiting, they're like, okay.
So Kellen just overextends and gets charmed by Faker.
And we'll see Faker, he goes to the ult and watch all the D+. They're waiting, they're like, okay, what's he gonna do? And as soon as he goes in again, they start hitting him. A great handshake from Kellen, honestly massive. But this root from Guma, I feel like the high ground is
Again, that W range might be a little bit long on Jin. The bailout didn't do anything on aiming.
But they burn those cooldowns and Zeus is like, okay, well now it's my turn.
Yes, that Karma Jin is very strong.
That Lucid is gonna die, so it doesn't burn the ult on him.
Sneaky strong.
Showmaker 2 baits him in, just really nicely played. Now D+ trying to set up this Herald. But T1 have so many engaged tools. They want to fight.
So DK get the Rift Herald, but I think it's going to cost DK their lives. And T1 are just going to put the throttle down.
Not missing. After a couple of weaker games, he is coming up big in game 3 as here comes the Silas. I feel like Guma also is getting huge value on the Sin. Here comes the ult. It's going to hit.
Oh.
Fake. Here comes the Silas. I feel like Guma also is getting huge value on the Sin. Here comes the ult. It's going to hit Faker.
So Lucid hits a really nice ultimate on Faker.
In a lot of trouble up against that Meganar, and DK turning it back in their favor.
So it's 26k gold to 28.5k gold.
We know why teams have been respecting it, but he's just putting on a masterclass. He saw carry in game 2. I said, I'll do better. And he's really putting
One thing is the Jin ult, I think, was down there. Jin's cleanse is down. Carry's heal is down. Vi's ult is down. Yeah, Jin doesn't have ult here. That's another thing about Jin. I think he's very ult dependent for team fights.
But he flashes out, and then the handshake catches carrier. He's deleted. The karma value is gone. Showmaker just tries to get the heal off the W, pushes forward, and then Kellen again. We first get this ult on a Faker that kills him, and then Kellen gets the cleanse from Guma. Just summons being burnt across the game, and cleanse is so high value when there's a Sejuani and an Ashe. And
So we've got both top laners up here in top. Getting close to Baron time. The next dragon is up. Again, the 2 items. Guma's on his 2 items already.
Again, as I mentioned, so much value here on this Jin. Just kind of
2
in a
items.
lot of fights and just sitting back and firing. He's got plenty of time to reload. Actually,
I
he
think
doesn't really care about
Camille does a lot of
it looks
work
like
with
T1
just 1 item on the Trinity
deficit,
Force.
About 2,500 gold. They know the threat of T1's compositions. They're not going to contest them on this dragon. It's just the second one. They're fine with that. But they are going to push in and get some vision around.
Silas, I know, can super hard carry because I've seen Chovy literally
Trying to sweep things out.
like 1 versus 5 T1 with Faker and I think Zeus. It was Or no, was it Canna
This wave.
back in like 2022 or
Taking the
when he was on HLE and got them into the playoffs and got them into Worlds? So I've seen some really crazy games on Silas
enough of a threat.
where I know he can super hard carry games.
In that last fight,
Problem is running out of CS, and so like Showmaker's behind now, 147 CS. He's having a difficult time laning into Faker now. Zeus has also showed up a good bit in the mid to help Faker out.
It's not an insurmountable lead by any means, but I feel like against a composition like T1's, if they do have an advantage, it can feel so punishing just because they can really...
Carrier gets his Mikhail's Crucible,
Yeah, they absolutely can.
which will really help with the Ashe ultimate and Sejuani ultimate, the Renata Glass ultimate.
They trade turrets.
I'm sure more for like
We're
Jen.
just stuck in here with T1 about 3,000 gold ahead. Waiting for the next
Faker has to wait for this
to spawn.
blue wave to come up here and crash in the middle.
Side lane, I feel like is going to be pretty interesting. King
I guess it crashes where the turret
It's been a lot
was.
of focus from the side of Lucia, but we know what Camille can do, especially when
That's
we
another
get
thing. You need to know where the
four
waves
of them
crash and
just
when
go
they,
long enough.
wherever they crash on the map, when the turrets are down. I'll go more into that some other day.
Two side laners kill someone and then TP back in. You know, Zeus could
So,
easily lock down and
Baron
mid farm.
time
They
again.
can
2
set up
items
the
is
farm,
usually when I see the teams will
kill King, and
attempt.
then if D+ try and stop Baron,
Unless it's like a Zyra. I've seen the Zyra do something crazy with 3 or 2 other teammates and take a Baron down at 20 minutes.
And then if Zeus TPs to the fight, it's a 4v4. Oh,
Dragon up in 2 minutes and 48 seconds, and the Baron is finally
Where is
live.
Owner? The big question. Well, he's behind King, and King about to show. There it
they've
is.
seen him.
Stops the back.
So I think Kingen might be a goner. His flash is up.
I mean, you can't get away from this. It's just Mininar, and
Got this is probably Showmaker teleporting in here. Aiming hits a nice ult. I said like in the beginning of the game, I think the barrier is going to cost DK barrier on aiming, that they need cleanse. Zeus gets kind of melted there.
Just don't have the chase ability after the fact, and they don't want to go into that choke.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a beautiful play from D+. T1 get the setup, they get the Gnar, but they chase into this choke, and the disengage and peel of D+ is so powerful.
Gnar's gone.
T1 needs flank angles. This is exactly
Silas
what happened.
ult is
T1
down.
straight towards the
Sejuani's
Renata.
ult is down.
And
Ash's
in the
ult
end,
comes up too
a
quick.
good setup from T1
Renata's
ends the game.
ult
They
is
want to
down.
trade, and especially since D+ are in a deficit, they'll take that.
Some teleports are up. Zeus's flash is down. Jin's ult is down.
So already beginning to
Yes, T1 really have to wait on that Jin ult and Vi ult to be up for team fights.
Yeah, and this initial play, really nice, and I think you could honestly be happy with it and just disengage in the situation. You see the arrow hits, and that's when they're like, okay, we
gotta fight in live. That is a caught carrier. That's just
Well,
karma.
Karma can't really get caught out. There's nothing she can really do as a support.
That's karma from getting POG game 2. D+ for punishment, you know.
Punished. 100%.
Yeah, so we'll just fight him in the jungle, and the power of this Silas Sejuani, we've seen it, little bits of it throughout this game, but you can see how effective it can be if they lock someone down. The layering of CC between the knock-up, the Silas stun, and then obviously the Sejuani passive didn't even need the ult.
So aiming,
Very hard for D+ to
DK
approach
get the
out.
scuttle crab here, which like I say, there's got to be some statistics where the percentage of the win you get on an objective of the dragon or the void grubs or the baron, that you have a much higher win percentage of getting, or chance of getting the objective if you have the scuttle crab versus not having the scuttle crab.
Was concerned the Baron was being done, so he ran for the deep vision.
DK get the red buff from T1. So what is going on? I need to look more into these senders.
You know, if they'd been on Baron, that was
Dragon's
the
up
right
in
play.
5
Bad
seconds,
enough to know this.
so
Carrier can't see everything we can.
Yeah, looks very silly when we see, you know, DK closing in on
T1's got some vision around the pit, or that's what they're.
T1 trying to get in here on the second
Again,
and final
Lucid's
break of the game.
a rookie
That will give
jungler,
them
so
Infernal
he might
Soul
get
points.
confused, or
And
T1
LCK,
might do some
they can
things to
have
really
the
confuse
back one
Lucid in this
to
game.
Yeah. No.
Charm gonna miss.
Faker used his
Trouble
ult,
does- Okay, he's fine actually. Just gonna spare
but at the same time, T1's over here getting the
So
dragon.
yes, he's okay, and he will live.
Now, let's take a look. Kellen's flash is down. Other than that, everybody, the Faker's ult was just used. So he's got to be careful with his positioning.
Can T1 actually fight this one?
Jin just, whatever that plant is called, over the wall. They're probably gonna steal the dragon or something. He stole the dragon in the last game.
Down to a flip, and Owner
And Owner gets the dragon. Owner's pretty good at stealing the objectives. So Faker's a goner.
as CK finally closes the gap, but now
They still have Vi ultimate, Camille ult.
Zeus, and he just murders Showmaker.
It just got baited into the Jin ultimate.
They finally get in that back line. The Vi is able to lock down aiming, but he gets the reset. But look at the health bars and the chase.
And Guma's gonna have movement speed as well, so he's gonna be able to chase people down with the Karma.
Value is massive, and Guma's looking the fourth shot.
So that should be Baron as well, right?
Team fight win. Zeus gonna TP in for the Baron, and T1
So-
getting everything they asked for out of this fight. We'll see the replay. You know, they force Faker's ult.
Jin Karma is
Which is pretty
strong.
nice, 'cause it means it's gonna time out if the play goes long. So T1 are rushing the dragon here. The Mega's ready. It comes down to just a smite flip, and Owner able to secure it. And then they all jump on a
Karma.
Faker. He lives for so long. They commit this, but Owner flashes out, and now everyone.
So yeah, I wanted
goes from
this
damage.
to end at
Very
like
inspiring man for Qzid.
11 o'clock, and it's went on to like 2.
Zeus kites away on low health. They get
I
the
guess
hit.
maybe I need a better PC and I could just record it at my own and pause it when I need to throughout my day and work on it, and then be able to render the videos much faster. Because I'm relying on YouTube right now, which is kind of slow, but I think it's faster than my PC, or at least you can edit multiple videos. Okay, so taking a look at this stuff here. Silas has his Lich Bane and his Zonya's Hourglass. So 2 items. Yeah, T1 got the Baron. I was going to say, I didn't even look. I was talking. 3 items. 3 items and a half. 3 items. 1.5 items. 1.5 items. 2.5. Camille's been behind a really long time. 2 items. And some armor. 2 items. Faker's had kind of a rough game. I mean, it is Showmaker that he's laning into. Silas probably counters Ari. I can't tell you the stats off the top of my head.
Going to kill anything that comes in his way.
Yeah, no Mountain Soul near the team.
Faker's got to practice Ari to sell some skins.
It's like 1.5 tanks.
Yeah,
It's not much. Feels pretty good for Jin.
a lot of damage. And I think as well,
Jin
particularly
getting,
against
or
the likes of
Guma UC
Silas,
getting farm
it's also
here.
very nice just to be like, okay, you're
Away
down.
from DK. Again, the way I look at
Very
this
fiddly if he lives through
vision
the amount
is
of burst your team has.
T1 own this much of the map right now, which is really good for 25 minutes in the game. Of course, here we like to, at the next level, we'd like to see teams close the game out in 25 minutes. We'd really like to see the LCS teams put their money where their mouth is, be able to close games out in 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
Very far behind at this point. I mean, 5,000 gold behind is DK, and T1 still have this Red Bull Baron power play ticking and are trying to get as much value out of it. They also did, of course, get that Infernal Drake, so Infernal Soul point. And their comp really just works all on the same page, you know?
Yep.
Like, everybody, if they call a target, they can just go in.
A lot of dive potential, and we've seen the follow-up work, so D plus definitely on the defensive right now. They've got 1:15 left of the Baron, and then it will be that soul fight. I will say, not an easy composition to dive on a tower.
Trying to look at, and again, I'm getting kind of sleepy. Might as well drink the rest of my tea, but then that'll keep me up longer.
Yeah, find the right lane to do it. And
They're starting to move towards top.
They can't have a job and do this for a career or a living, that's for sure.
just gonna get the mid tier 1.
This is a fine trade for
Objective
D+,
bounty.
Yeah. I think they're happy with this. The enemy team has Baron
So
Reed
DK
now.
get this middle turret, but T1's also clear down into their base with the Baron. So
Which they might. The
I don't know if that was worth DK
Gonna immediately get McHale's, but the front line here, Zeus, surprisingly tanky.
getting that turret.
From the Karma, who's had a good game, obviously. And
Dragon's up in a minute.
They don't even
A minute.
get a bit of damage on the inhibitor turret.
Yeah.
So they're still ahead. They're still in a fun spot, but it feels like kind of a lackluster Baron play.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the value wasn't massively there. You can see the gold they gained from as well. I mean, the
I
thing
would
is they
say
wouldn't have played
Faker's
gold
going
Baron.
Zonya's
The gold they got
Hourglass.
wasn't really that significant compared to just the gold you get from
Camille's
Baron.
going
Still
GA.
on top of gold, he is the gold king. That is no surprise.
Yep.
But Showmaker, you know, the silence that came out has been pretty cool. There've been some moments, but it's
Renata finally got her Warmogs, and this is another thing too. T1's not even running a Warmog support in this game,
That burst damage very
which
severe. And D+ have to find a
seems
way
like
to
that
navigate
Warmogs
this
on
from
a
depth.
support
I
is
will
pretty
say, if you
broken.
Look at the inventories of T1. Guma close to an IE, but not there yet. Zay's close to a GA, not there yet. There's a lot of big breakpoints T1 are about to hit, but they haven't. And I think because of
So
that, D+ have
Camille's
maybe a
shoving
little
this
bit of an
lane,
advantage
trying to
in
get
goals
this
against.
turret,
Definitely
or at least
still
bring
a
attention
deficit.
from Nar. Maybe Nar will come down here, and then Zeus has his teleport up, so
Looks like Zeus is out here.
he can teleport back into the
Of
dragon.
course, we had the
That's
information
what
that recalls
he probably
Got the
picked up.
GA as well.
I
It's actually
said
quite
GA, but I guess it was Sterik's gauge. He's
so
going.
reckless with his dives to set up the plays. You see D+, because they moved down towards Zeus, they lost control over this area. Near the
Thought it was a
banana
GA.
brush. And Zeus is looking to threaten on this flank.
Yeah. T1 also.
I like this damage meter they show. Sometimes it's hard to pay attention to. There's just so much going on. Kingan is over here keeping Camille out of the fight because you really don't want Camille to come in here and get aiming. I think that's the big one you're trying to get. And then if you can't get aiming, then you get Showmaker or one-shot Kellen before he gets Renata Glass because all out. Now all the summoners are up. Minus Carry is heal and Zeus is teleport.
With shields can just walk
And Faker's a little bit behind,
up to people and just shoot.
but he'll get there.
That's going to be a cleanse though. Early on here.
Also, I'm sure the Karma speed really helps on the Ari as well, the
A
Camille.
bit of damage as well. Not the cleanest amount of poke, and here comes Faker on the flank.
Like, DK can't allow T1 to have
Looking
this.
for Showmaker, who is pretty low. The Jhin ultimate going to be utilized. They try to clump up here, but that's Infernal.
The looks like the Jhin ultimate here is doing a lot, like I said, to disengage DK. Just
And Lucid, he needs to
keeps
get
him
in
back out of the fight. Aiming, it's like aiming one to fight,
Just goes over to T1.
and the rest of DK don't want to.
Infernal Soul now for the side of T1, and they want to take a fight.
Kingan has no Mega Bar. He has to try and stack it quickly, but they're all so low.
Yeah, I guess Kingan can't really do anything right here. He's got a lot of stacking to go to get Meganar.
Against the
Charm missed from
wall as well.
Faker.
The charm is going to miss, so does the Jhin.
Owner Vi ulted Lucid. No. Owner got the right person. It looks like he got aiming. Kellen's heal is down, so Kellen might even healed. Now you also have Showmaker with Vi's ult as well. So who's he gonna ult? I don't know.
Goes in first, but he is
So I'm gonna pay attention to. Guess he doesn't have any damage to Vi ult anybody. Okay, so Showmaker flashed in and then hit Zonya's.
does get some value, but
I didn't see who he ulted. There, he finally ulted. Is it Guma?
damage from T1. Is that a
Yeah,
control? Aiming finally gets taken out.
so Showmaker did ult Guma UC with Vi's ult, but it was too late. And he had too low HP, and he had to use his Zonya's Hourglass.
But Guma makes it work here. They corral
So this is probably the game here. Let me. Yeah. So that's it, guys.
And in fact, T1 will end the game. As he said it, on their upswing towards playoffs in Guma. What a...
I don't know if they'll show the in-game thing or not that I like.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like both Guma and Carrier really
Some
played
reason they don't
fantastic
show
games
it.
as well. Really strong performance.
Plays that we just saw as well. I think
But it just didn't come together.
Well, here we go. Let's take a look at some.
I always have this fear. I look down at my microphone and I muted it, and then it's like I just talked for an hour and you didn't hear it. So that's it. That's it for the next level with Sodaron today. And I'll leave you with a song, and I'll see you next time. Make sure to like and subscribe to my Twitch channel, or follow me on my Twitch channel. Some people I think the word subscribe wrong. Like when I say subscribe, I just mean follow me on Twitch, where I forget that I've never paid for a Twitch subscription. So, but I know people pay hard-earned money on Twitch subscriptions. So I'm trying to work my way where I can do that type of content. Like, it would allow me to buy and afford a better PC and grow my channel. So I will leave you with a song, and I will see you next time. But make sure to like, subscribe my YouTube channel, my Twitch channel, which twitch.tv/Sodaron, which if you're watching me, twitch.tv/ if you could go here and follow, please, if you're watching this, or subscribe to my YouTube channel, which is YouTube. Maybe I should put these on the thing, actually, on the slide. Insert text box. That didn't turn out the way I wanted it. So there we go. So make sure, please follow Twitch. And make sure to like and subscribe. And I will see you next time. My little buddy needs to go outside really bad. So see y'all. I'll leave you with the song.